Hey guys. This is part 28 of What If Naruto Was Sealed and Woke Up After 2,000 Years. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 66. This Way to Back in Time. Location: Citadel. Hey, Nihilus, Ashley said as she walked up to the Turian. Ash, he said back. Together they leaned against the rail, looking out at the Presidium. To a passerby, it would have looked like two friends passing the time, or possibly two lovers sharing a moment. Whatever they thought worked. You're back. For the moment. Alliance wants me to come back to Earth. They must think my chances at becoming Spectre are good, she remarked. They'd be right. She stopped and looked over at the Turian. Are you saying? She knew her hope showed in her voice. It belonged there. Nihilus kept his gaze out to the Presidium. I've put in my recommendation. It was glowing, and since I'm considered the expert for human candidates, they'll take it seriously. You don't fuck anything up, there's a very good chance you're in. Her hopes soared, but she also focused on what he said. An expert? You oversaw one other human and nearly died. It was only thanks to her studying under Nihilus that she felt okay to poke fun at him. Still counts. They shared a chuckle at that. Ashley looked him over. You seem tired. It was how he held himself against the rail, like it was 3 steps from being a lifeline. He didn't deny it. It's been a long couple of months. There had been more than a few times he'd gone days without sleep. The tribe? She asked. She had wanted to be there when the evidence was brought to the council, but she had to go back to Earth. Nihilus nodded. They went to ground fast, and if they were found, they'd put a fight. But we got them. Good, she said with a viciousness that was well warranted. After what she learned about the tribe's goals and what they did, they deserved to be destroyed. No one should be caught and treated like a lab rat. He turned contemplative. It's strange, though. Some of the evidence we found, information about people and locations, it came through sources none of can confirm. Traps? No, it was all real. But someone who wanted the tribe gone just as much as the Alliance. That sounded good to her. Maybe it was the Shadow Broker? No, the broker was one of our confirmed contacts. Then who is it? She asked. I don't know. After we finished the tribe, we stopped receiving information. It was like they were ghosts. The smile came to her lips without thinking. And that's coming from a Spectre. He looked at her, and he chuckled. It was ironic in a way. Then he turned serious. Any word on Naruto? No, the Alliance has him under lock and key. The Akatsuki are still out there, and I don't doubt they're trying to get him too. She could only hope they would be finished soon and her commander would be released soon. After a few more quiet moments, Nihilus pushed off the rail. We should get to work. They walked away, disappearing into the crowds. Location: Earth. The sun was starting to rise up over the forest as Naruto finished his morning workout. By shinobi standards, it was a light workout. He didn't want to wake up the production crew. They tended to get fussy when he did that with his training. He ended in the finishing stance, letting his breath ease out in a calming rate. All done, sir? One of his spears asked him. He looked at the woman. Each time he left the island for the documentary, the spears kept changing, preventing him from getting to know them well. That was part of the deal, but it still bugged him a little. He liked to get to know the people around him. Yeah, I'm done, he replied. I'll go wash up in the stream. He grabbed a towel and cleaning supplies, like he was going to the public baths. She nodded in acknowledgement. Then she glanced at the other spears. They had an entire silent conversation while he headed for the stream. Commander? She asked. He paused and looked at her. Yes? He asked back. About what you want to do, his gaze flattened. Stop right there. She fell silent instantly. I already had this talk with the director, the producer, Nate, General Ramos, and Hackett. I'm not going to have it again, clear? Yes, sir, she replied. We're just concerned about your safety. It's our job, after all. And I already said that you guys can keep watch from a distance. But I want at least a semblance of being alone. What he wanted to see, he wanted to see alone. That was what he argued for with all of the others. Understood, sir, she said, even though she clearly didn't like it. Good. There was nothing else to say about the matter. However, there was one thing else to say. And please make sure that I don't have an audience. He didn't need a repeat of the land of sound. One does not need to bathe in a river to the sound of female whispers and giggling. The spear didn't say anything to that, but there were muffled sniggers that he chose to ignore. He grabbed an apple and a few slices of bread from the food tent and ate them on the way. He reached the stream and noticed it had changed slightly. The curve hadn't been there the last time he was here. Did that happen naturally, or did they change it? He would find out soon enough. He left his clothes against a nearby tree, making sure they were sealed to prevent someone from grabbing them. That happened once back in the Land of Fire. Somebody had tried to be funny, pulling a prank on him. If he hadn't been trained by Jiraiya, who told him to walk with pride and not shame, it might have worked. Instead, he had walked back into the campgrounds with no clothes on and asked for them back. He did get them back and publicly forgave the would-be prankster, although all the man's clothes somehow ended up in the women's bathhouse in the next town they came to. He cleaned himself up quickly, but took a moment to relax. Some people might have questioned what he was doing, relaxing in a stream. He found it soothing. The water wasn't that cold, and it easing his leg muscles flowing over them. You know, he said quietly so only he and his tenants would hear, it's almost hard to believe we've been doing this for 4 months. I can't believe you stuck with it, Shikaka said. I thought you would have gotten bored. Why would you think that? This was a chance to show the world what it really was like during the war. That was something he was uncompromising about. Any time someone tried to bring in what they thought happened, he would make them lose it. If he hadn't been there himself, he would have heard about it. Naruto, said Kurama. What's up? When you are going to look at those OSTs? He froze. He had managed to get the videotapes digitized into OSTs a couple of months back. Since then, he carried them around in his pocket, never letting them get far from his sight. But he hadn't once played them. He didn't know why he wouldn't. There was no good excuse. He just couldn't. But he wasn't going to let them know that. I'm waiting for the right time. You've had it for 3 months now. And there hasn't been a right time. Oh, Kami, help me, he groaned. Gyuki looked at the fox. You're not going to win the argument here. I know. Trust me, I know. Then why do you try in the first place? Because I have to do, he explained. He expects it of me. Naruto nodded slightly. I do. Their fights and arguments have become so second nature to them, they actually feel bad if they stop. Isaba looked at the blonde. I think you're clean, Naruto, the turtle told him. He considered the irony of the aquatic Biju telling him that he had spent enough time in the water. Thanks. He stood up and dried off. After he returned the supplies, he looked out to the forest around them. The sun was getting higher in the sky, but there was still something of the morning mist hanging in the woods. He started walking before his legs tried to stay put. Soon he was beyond the safety of the camp, if there had been guards or watch, and into the woods proper. He walked instead of leaping through the trees like he normally would have. Leaping would have gotten him there faster, but he didn't want that. He wanted to take this slow, to get there and see what was coming. The woods looked the same to him as they had 2,000 years ago. In fact, there seemed to be more of them now. He looked at all the trees shining with the morning light, making their green leaves even greener. As the trees started to thin and the roots became smaller until they vanished from sight, he started to slow his pace. When he reached the edge of the forest, he stopped and looked at what was there. I never thought that I would come back here, he said, looking out at the water. Kurama was as solemn as he was. Would you have come back here? Not if I had been able to help it. The other Biju were looking at the sight. Wow, that's a lot of water, Sun remarked. Just how hard were you fighting that day, Naruto? Chome asked him. He answered like my life depended on it, as he looked on at his last battle in the war. This was where he had fought Obito and ended him. What did they call this place now again? Kurama asked him. The Last Lake, he replied. He heard some of the crew talking about it when they were coming here. The fox snorted. Lame name, he declared. Didn't you say the same thing about the Valley of the End too? Naruto smiled to himself as he walked down to the shore. The grass gave way to sand quickly and he stood where the water pressed against his boots. He looked across the lake, unable to see the other end. The sides stretched out into an almost perfect bowl shape on either side, going until they vanished from sight. It hadn't always been like this. Before he and Obito clashed, this was just another part of the forest. They had been the ones who made this place. Their jutsu had torn through the forest, tearing up the land up, scarring it. When they were done, Naruto had been standing in a crater deeper and wider than any he had seen before. Which begged the question, where did all the water come from? He looked around but didn't see any rivers feeding into it. Maybe it was underground. He looked down at the sand, wondering if there was an underground river. He stopped himself from digging, mostly because he hadn't brought the tools. "Hey Naruto," said Saiken. "Isn't there supposed to be a statue in the middle of that?" He looked up from the sand out to the water's horizon. "That's what I heard." He didn't ask the people talking about it for details, mostly because he found it a little weird, not to mentioning he would have sounded like he was eavesdropping. "Are you going to go find it? You're here, aren't you? You might as well." Isaba nodded in agreement. "You should do that." "He's right," Gyuki said. Shikaku was blunter. "Do it." "All right then," he said, taking that first step out onto the water. Soon enough, he was walking across the lake's surface. He didn't look back. He didn't need to see the shore slowly disappear from sight. He just kept walking until it felt like he was walking on a world of water. There was nothing else but the water. If he looked down, all he would see was his reflection. It was a lonely, soulless world. With that thought came another. This is what a soul of a reaper would be. Saiken blinked. The slug wasn't quite sure about that one. Why do you say that?" "Look at it." I'm seeing nothing but a lot of water." "Exactly," he said. The slug was still really confused. "Naruto, would you mind explaining what it is you're seeing here?" "I'm lost." "Same here," Sun agreed. "Look around, guys. It's nothing but open space and water. You can't even see the bottom of the lake, only a reflection. You can't see land. You would be alone on a body of water. There's nothing else. The Reapers, they're just machines. They have nothing to make them think that they could have something, be something they want to be. They just have to harvest us and wait for it to start all over again." Kurama listened to all of this. It did sound rather grim and cold. It also raised another question. "Naruto, are you beginning to feel sorry for the Reapers?" "No, of course not," he said instantly. "Good. I would have to hit you if you did. And do something else for me, never become a poet. You suck at it." "Gee, thanks for the support," he said flatly. "You know me, Naruto. I never let you think something that you aren't." "Hey, something's coming up," Isaba said, looking out at the lake. "It could be that statue." Naruto saw what the turtle was talking about. It was a small speck on the horizon that was getting steadily larger. It kept getting bigger as he got closer. When he finally stopped, it towered over him. In the right spot, it could have blocked out the sight. It was a statue of him placed on an island big enough for only 2 men to stand on. He wasn't surprised by that. Here at the last battle of the war, why wouldn't there be a statue of him? He looked at it more closely. It was made of stone and good quality too. His hands were clasped in a hand seal that also looked vaguely like a prayer. His eyes were closed, which he felt was good. There was a look of satisfaction on his face, but there was also sadness. The stone was carved to show him in the clothes that he had worn back then, his old black and orange tracksuit. He was glad for that. The statue outside and inside Niner's HQ had him in a robe. It looked wrong on him. "Damn," said Shikaku. "That's one ugly son of a bitch." The blonde was offended. "Hey, watch what you say about my mom, Shikaku." Kurama came to the defense, but not his. "You never saw her in a fight, Naruto. She qualified. Still, she was his mother." "Watch what you say," he said again. Shikaku wasn't fazed by that. "I heard you the first time." Isaba looked at the tanuki, and then to the blonde. "Naruto, you're not going to complain about him calling you ugly?" he asked. "Why would he?" Sun asked the turtle. "He is ugly." Chome nodded. "Yeah, just look at him. Can you imagine anyone wanting to be anywhere near him?" Naruto smirked. "Considering how that it's happened, and I've got a lot of women admirers, yes, I can imagine it." "He's got you guys there," Kokoa remarked. They instantly surrendered. "That he has." "That he has," agreed Sun. "How can we argue with such a defense?" Chome asked. Shikaku said, "We can't. We might as well withdraw while we still have our dignity intact." That made Kurama snort. He glanced over at the tanuki. You had dignity? Did that happen when I wasn't looking? Fuck you. I'm flattered, but I think I'll pass. Naruto made a face as he listened. I don't need to hear that stuff. Prude, Kurama sniffed. Which is amazing considering who he trained under, Gyuki added. He groaned. Would you guys stop holding Kakashi and Jiraiya against me? Please? It's bad enough that the rest of the galaxy does it. We'll stop when the galaxy stops. Naruto, you should focus on what's important, Matatabi told him. And what was that? The statue, and what's inscribed on it. He couldn't stop himself from saying, huh? He looked at the statue's base and saw the inscription the cat was talking about. They all looked at the inscription and fell quiet the more they read. Here lies not a man. Here lies a man's hope. Here is where Naruto Uzumaki fought Obito Uchiha. Here is where he sacrificed himself for us to end the war. Here is where we lost him to his sacrifice. He gave himself up for us. He surrendered to his self-made fate so that we might live. He lost himself to the space that lies outside this planet so that we may have peace. He is gone. But he is not forgotten. We know that he is out there, somewhere. We know that he will come back. Before all turns into nothingness, he will come back. So we will wait. Go to tell who you meet, visitor. Go tell them you stood at the site of the last fight. Go tell them that here, by breaking order given, a man saved us all. Go tell them that here Naruto defied the man who tried to be a god over us. And go tell them that here, we honor his sacrifice. And that we all wait for the day he returns. Naruto felt rather solemn as he finished reading the epigraph. That's quite beautiful, he said quietly. None of the Biju made any remarks about how overblown or anything like that. They were all just as silent. Yeah, Kurama finally said. It is. They never stopped believing that you would come back, Gyuki told the blonde. And now I'm back. But it still felt like he was late, too late to do anything. No, that wasn't true. He could still do something about the Reapers. He just had to leave Earth again. That would be interesting to get past his handlers. His arm came alight with his Omni tool. He was getting a call. He answered and Nathaniel's face appeared on the screen. Hey there, Nate, he said in greeting, trying to sound better than he felt. Commander, where are you? The professor asked. He glanced up at the statue once again. It seemed so weird to see his face looking so peaceful. I'm at the lake, looking at my statue. Recognition bloomed across the man's face. Ah, I see. I told you this would be happening yesterday, Nate. He had told him, the other professors that had joined them here, the director, Astrid, who insisted she go with them whenever they went out on location, and everyone who was important to know that he was going to do this. Yes, Naruto, we are aware of that. It's just that I'm standing at the shore and I can't see you. Well, don't worry. I haven't run off. He looked at the statue once more, and then at the lake around him. How is this place maintained? Well, there is a group who take care of the statue, making sure that it doesn't crumble away. They've been doing since it was erected 2,000 years ago. That was good to know. But it wasn't what he was thinking about. I meant the lake, Nate. How is the lake maintained? More importantly, how did the lake get here? The last time he had been here, this place had been a crater. Underground rivers were either changed or made to feed into the crater, Naruto. It took a few years to fill the lake up to its entirety. He looked at the water all around him. That I can believe. There is an interesting rumor about the statue, if you'd like to hear about it. Go ahead. He started looking at the statue, trying to see if he could find it before he was told. Some people say that the statue is positioned directly atop Obito's corpse, and it was done so that no one would try to steal his corpse. Naruto couldn't help but look down at the water. He could only see his reflection. The depths of the lake were a mystery to him. You serious, Nate? He asked. Like I said, it's just a rumor. No one has ever been able to prove it. You can't go down there? Most pressure suits that are made go to spaceships. The ones that don't can't handle the pressure. I see. His eyes stayed on the water. Thanks, Nate. You're not thinking of going down there, are you? Matatabi asked him. Isabu offered, I could probably help if he did. Relax, he told them mentally so they could keep the conversation private. I'm not going down there. Oh, okay then. The turtle couldn't have sounded more saddened. Kurama ignored Isabu for their Jinchuriki. Are you sure you're not going down there? He asked. Does it look like I have a pressure suit? Fair enough, he conceded. So why are you looking? I'm just remembering how the fight ended. The fox didn't say anything because he didn't have to. He remembered that fight too. The blonde couldn't stop himself from going through that memory once more. Flashback. They were both on their last legs, Obito more so than Naruto. He should be, since Naruto had torn the Jubi's chakra out of him so many times now. At this point, it would be better to say that he was the Jubi's Jinchuriki. But he didn't care about that. He didn't care about how long they fought. He didn't care about how they stood in the middle of a crater that they had caused with all of their jutsu. What he did care about was how this fight was almost over. He lunged for Obito, trying to knock his feet out from under him. The Uchiha stepped back, his hands folding into a seal. Naruto threw a kunai at those hands, forcing them to break apart. He lunged again, creating a clone. The clone went high while he went low. Obito got a broken nose while his legs were knocked out from under him. You're getting slow, Naruto told him as he fell to the ground. You would have been able to block those attacks at the beginning. What's the matter, Obito? Feeling weak? The Uchiha got back to his feet. He looked worse since the chakra was torn out of him. His skin was still gray but was also paling. His breath was ragged and blood leaked out from wounds all over his body. But his eyes were still alive and they blazed with hatred. I know what you're doing, Naruto, he rasped. You're taking what is mine for yourself. That's not it. Isn't it? A ragged grin appeared on his face. You're here alone. Where are your friends? Have you abandoned them? He was trying to bait him, Naruto knew that. But still the anger grew in his chest. He refused to let it grow. The power inside was boiling, wanting to get control. If he lost his temper, he would lose control over it. That was the risk he ran with coming into this battle. He could not lose temper or Obito would win. And he refused to let Obito win anymore. He and the clone formed their own Raisengans and charged the Uchiha. He leapt away, throwing those damn rods of his. They avoided them easily, still coming after him. He landed and charged at them, kunai in both hands. It wasn't what they were waiting for, but they weren't going to waste it. His clone cancelled his jutsu and slipped around Obito's back. He grabbed him by the arms and forced them back, bearing his chest open. Naruto saw the fear and panicked realization in his eyes. He knew what was about to come. He tried to struggle free, but he was too weak, too tired. He wasn't going anywhere. Naruto slammed the Rasengan into his heart, while his other hand found his stomach. He watched the man twist in pain from both attacks, his mouth twisting in a silent scream. You want to know where my friends are? He asked as he plunged his chakra into him, finding that last piece of the Jubi. They're right here. Can't you feel them? Obito tried to say something, but the words wouldn't leave his throat. Naruto kept talking to him, his hate for the man flowing through. They're all right here, every one of my friends, even those you killed. Do you remember their names? Do you know their faces? No, I don't think you do. You just killed them to hurt me. He pressed harder and watched the man squirm in pain. But I remember. I remember who they are, their names. This is for them, all of them, everyone you killed in this war or manipulated for your damn plan. He found that last piece of the Jubi and tore it free. The chakra came out in a ghostly figure, pulled away from Obito and encompassing him. The power inside him grew even more than before. With it gone, Obito truly began to look frail and weak, as if he was going to die soon. His eyes were glazed with pain. Arin, he managed to croak out through the pain, Sensei. Naruto hated him even more for daring to say that word. You lost the right to call on my dad, Obito. I know that he's looking down at you and is disgusted by what he sees. Rin is too. They would gladly turn their backs on you now for what you've done. And no, he protested feebly. Yes. He gave his jutsu one last push. Burn in hell, Obito, he ordered. It's what you deserve. The Rasengan found his heart and destroyed it. Obito didn't fly away due to the jutsu like a person usually did. He was too weak for it. Instead, he just slumped against the hand and fell to the ground in a heap when it was pulled free. Naruto stared at his body. For a moment, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. But it was still there. The truth was plain to see. Obito was dead. A tired, broken laugh bubbled up from his throat. It was done. All the fighting that happened, All that pain, grief, and misery. It was all done. It was over. They had won. I've won. But it seemed like the price was too steep for such a victory. Just how many people did they pay with for this victory? He didn't know. He turned away from the corpse. He didn't feel the need to bury Obito. He walked away, waiting for what was going to come next. He didn't have to wait long. He was driven to his knees in pain as he watched his hands turn to gray. No! He thought, forcing the power inside him back. Not yet! The grayness vanished from his hands. But the power would not be denied. It tried to take over his body, and he fought it off. He forced himself back to his feet, keeping himself in control. He would not lose this fight. He did not have to win it either. He would only have to wait. But it was not an easy task. He could feel the power course through his body. And he could feel it trying to tear him apart. He could feel it attacking every single cell in his body, trying to destroy them and take their place. He fought back as best as he could, trying to stay human. But he was running out of time. Unless he was properly dealt with, he would lose control. Naruto! He heard someone shout his name. And flashback. Naruto, are you still with me? Nathaniel's voice asked through the Omni tool. He snapped out of his silence with a jerk. Huh? What? Focus, Gaki, Kurama told him. You sounded stupider than normal when you talk like that. He ignored the fox and focused back on the Omni tool. Sorry about that, Nate, he apologized, took a little trip down memory lane. I see. He didn't say anything else. He looked away from the Omni tool, probably to talk to someone else. Could you come back now, Naruto? He asked, turning his head back. They want to start shooting. Yeah, okay, I'm coming. He stepped off the island onto the water. Tell me something, he said as he walked across the lake. Does anyone really come here? Or is it just a tourist attraction? If it was a tourist attraction, he might be hurt. It's not a tourist attraction, Naruto. In fact, most people don't really come here. That was a little surprising. Why's that? The professor looked a little uncomfortable. Technically speaking, the Church of the Nine owns this land. If he wasn't in good control of his chakra, he probably would have fallen into the lake. What? How the hell did that happen? He demanded. It was back before they became an actual religion and were still a group studying you. They bought the rights to the land and commissioned the statue to be made. One of the Kages helped with the statue's creation. Once they became a religion, they forbade people from coming here except for the special occasions. Do I want to know what these special occasions are? He was getting a bad feeling just from hearing initially from them. Nathaniel just chuckled. There's nothing to worry about, Naruto. People only come to the last lake on 2 occasions. One is private and the other is open to all who wish to attend. What's the private one? That was far more likely to be the one he wished he hadn't heard, so it was best to get over with right away. When a priest becomes a 9th tail, he makes a pilgrimage to here so that he can stand before your statue and pray. They are to forge their own path to the lake, receiving no help from anyone. That's not so bad, Saiken remarked. The other Biju agreed with the slug. It could be worse, Shikaku offered. Yeah, Sun suggested, they could have been holding orgies in your honor. His face blanched at that idea. That's the first one you go with? An orgy? He asked. Well, don't you dare bring up my teachers, the blonde warned him. The gorilla stopped before he started. All right, I won't. Thank you? He really was getting tired of that. What's the public occasion, Nate? He asked the professor, getting away from what his tenants were thinking about. He turned solemn, surprisingly. It's known as the last day. On that day, the day that you fought Obito Uchiha and ended the war, many people come to this lake and remembers what you sacrificed so that we could be safe. The blonde's irritation with the Biju and annoyance with the Niners having this land vanished when he heard that. Really? He found himself asking. Yes. I've attended such a day myself. What's it like? Nathaniel smiled a sad smile. It's quite beautiful. It starts as the day begins. When the sun is overhead, it's like a great big picnic for everyone to enjoy. I've seen kids running around, going from place to place to enjoy something new. Mock battles are held between shinobi for the entertainment of the crowd. There are eating contests, many of them ramen. There are readings of your tales throughout the day. And there is much more too. But the real event happens when the sun sets. What happens then? Maybe if you let him talk, he will tell you, Kurama offered dryly. He gave the fox a glare. Did I ask you for your opinion? Nathaniel kept talking. When it becomes dark, the festivities stop and everyone goes to the lake, climbing into boats already waiting for them. They sail for the statue, stopping when they can't go any further. When they're all on the water, there will be someone standing alone on the island. He'll tell them all about the battle that happened there, a story that's not told during the day. When he finishes, he'll read the epigraph and lead everyone in a prayer. As they pray, each and every person who came will light a small candle and place it in the water, each riding a small bowl. The whole lake becomes lit from those candles, the water reflecting the lights and making them stronger. You look around and see all those lights, all those people with their hands clasped and eyes closed in prayer, and you realize that you are not alone. You share hope in something with these people. You share a hope that there will be someone there to defend you when you can't defend yourself. Damn it, now I want to go see this thing, Shikaka cried, his eyes glistening with tears. Naruto, when is the next time that day comes around? The blonde did a quick check of the calendar and his own memory. He remembered the day he left the village to go find Obito, and just added the days on from there. Not for another 6 months, he finally told the Tanuki. Oh man! Listening to Shikaka complain about something like this was a little amusing. He was glad he wasn't alone in his amusement. The other 8 tenants shared it too. Something to look forward to then, Isabu offered. He's right, Chome agreed. The Kabutomushi was actually looking forward to it now. Thanks for telling me that, Nate, Naruto told the professor. I'm on my way to the shore now. He closed the call and focused on walking. The sun was beginning to get higher in the sky. He must have been here longer than he had originally thought. The shore came into sight. It was time to get back to the filming. He got back to Semper Vigilavi 2 days later. He had spent the entire filming around the lake, showing and telling them all what really happened during the battle, minus the gorier bits and insults. It was supposed to air on TV, after all. The director loved how he stood in front of the statue as he finished his explanation, saying that it would be the ending scene of the documentary. Since all his filming was done, they didn't need him anymore. It would go into what they called post-production, whatever that was, and then air on TV. I'll be looking forward to it airing, he thought to himself as he walked through the base's entrance. Hey guys, he said to the guards. They snapped to attention. Welcome back, Lord Naruto, they said together. He made a face. How many times have I asked you guys to not call me that? Too many times to count now, my lord, the left guard said. He turned his frown at him. Then why haven't you done it? It wouldn't be polite, my lord. He grumbled. They wouldn't give it up, the same as the other guards. As you were, he finally said, walking past them. Have a good day, my lord, they told him. He groaned as he stepped inside. They were never going to stop no matter what he asked of them. But he had to fight it. If he stopped, it would just go on and on. The people who say that's not a bad thing are freaking idiots, he silently declared. Shikaka said, while I'm sure that you're enjoying your internal monologue, you might want to pay attention to what's happening around you. Huh! Lord Naruto. He went still at the sound of that voice. Who's that? Look behind you, moron, Kurama told him. He looked back and saw a kid a few years younger than him running to the entrance. Lord Naruto. He shouted again, waving his arms frantically. Oh look, another fan, Chome declared. Koko looked more closely at the kid. No, wait, that's not a fan. Running very fast towards us, waving his hands frantically, shouting Naruto's name at the top of his voice. Sun checked off the items like they were shopping. I'd call that a fan. And I don't. For one thing, he's not squealing at the top of his voice. That's the girls, Saiken objected. The girls squeal. Matatabi thought about it for a moment. I don't know. I think I heard a few men squealing the last couple of times. Anyway, Koko said, pressing on, my point is that the kid's not a fan. We know him. We do? Asked Komiai. Naruto took a look at the incoming kid. The guards were stepping in to intercept him, but he had determined eyes. Naruto had seen those eyes before. It was back when he ate that cafe. Hey, it's Matt. Kurama took a look himself. Yep, that's him. Naruto walked back to the gate. It's alright, guys, he told the guards. I know him. They stood easy and didn't do anything when the kid came running up. What do you need, Matt? The kid looked like he was trying to breathe life back into his body by dry heaving. Just give me a second, he said between pants. Naruto didn't have a problem with that. Of course, take all the time you need. The guard on the right eyed him critically. Sheesh, kid, have you ever run in your life before today? His breathing was getting better. Of course, I have. Just not so hard, he told the guard. In that case, you might want to try joining a jogging club or something. He actually glared at the man for suggesting that. I'm going to be a writer. What's that got to do with it? Leave the kid be, Mac, the guard on the left told him. He looked at him challengingly. Make me, Sven. Naruto looked at them both. I thought you were supposed to be on guard duty? We are, Sven told him. Matt said, It's all right, my lord. He looked back at the kid, his focus now completely on him again. So what can we do for you, Matt? Actually, Lord Naruto, it's what I can do for you. Oh? What's that? You remember when you helped me with the play? Kurama snorted in derision. It was stupid to ask that question. How could he forget? It was the only time he met you. Shut up, furball, Naruto told him. It's still the truth. It was also beside the point. Yes, I do remember it. Did your professor accept the loophole I gave you? He nodded with enthusiasm, like a puppy getting affection. He did. He loved it. I take it that you won. Yes. It's being added to the play and I'm going to Konoha to see it. He was happy for the kid, even though he got a bolt of jealousy through the stomach. This kid was going to Konoha while he hadn't seen it for over 2,000 years. He didn't even go when he was out filming. It was something that Astrid was firm on. But he suppressed the jealousy. Instead he smiled. Good for you. Thank you, but that's not what I'm here. You see, I asked the professor if we would be able to get one more ticket for you. For me? He nodded. Yeah, you helped. You should be able to see what you gave me in action. Besides, you wanted to see a Watanabe play, right? This would be the perfect chance. It did seem like the perfect chance. It almost felt too perfect. When is it? He asked. A month from now, Matt told him. That gave him some relief. It wasn't like it would be happening tomorrow. I would like to go, Matt. I just see a slight problem with it. The hope and enthusiasm faded a little in his eyes. What's that? He asked. Naruto looked back at the base, up to where he knew Ramos's office was. I'll have to run it by the general and everyone else high up. Why? The fox was most amused. Isn't that a loaded question? I told you to shut up, Naruto snapped at him. To the kid he said, let's just say that they would rather keep me on the island when they can. You mean they wouldn't let you go back home? Outrage began pouring out of his pores. He was trembling from righteous anger. That's not right. Sven and Max shared a rather amused look between them. Doesn't matter if it's right or wrong, kid, Sven told him. He's here. Oh, said Ichiraku as he looked at Matt. Sun swung his attention to the tanuki. Why are you owing? Naruto, stop him before he does something stupid, he told the blonde, ignoring the gorilla. Why would I do that? He's got righteous indignation burning in his eyes. If you don't cut him off, he will do something stupid, like staging a protest to free you from the island. He does that and you can kiss your invisibility goodbye. The other Biju were impressed by what he said. It was a good view of what could happen. Of course, Kurama ruined it by declaring, who knew? The tanuki actually can have an idea. Fuck you! Shikaku swung his tail, catching the fox right in the face. Naruto ignored the two as they started fighting. Even so, Shikaku had the right idea. Matt, don't do anything stupid, he warned the kid. Matt looked surprised and puzzled. What do you mean? Don't try to do anything that'll let me get off this island permanently. It'll draw attention that we all don't need. But, this doesn't involve buts, kid, Max said with a grin. Sven glared at him. Get your mind out of the gutter, Mac. Matt couldn't believe that they were actually joking around. This was something serious. My lord, this is not right, he told Naruto. They shouldn't keep you here. You only think it's not right because you don't know all the details, Matt, he replied. Never do that. It could backfire badly on you. I'm on this island because I have to be. Leave it at that, alright? He was not alright with it. It was wrong. Lord Naruto, you've been gone for 2,000 years. This is your first time you've come back to Earth, and you've not gone back to your home? That's wrong. You don't need to tell me about it, he thought silently. It is what it is, Matt. There's nothing else to it. Still, he raised his hand. It had the effect he wanted, making the kid fall silent. I'm here because I have to be, Matt, not because I'm forced to be. Leave it at that. Matt didn't want to, but the look in the man's eyes would have no argument. Yes, my lord, he agreed. Look, I'll talk to Ramos, but that's the most I can promise you. The kid nodded. Thank you, Lord Naruto. He turned around and walked off. He turned back himself and walked into the base, going straight to the general's office. Hey, Sarah, he greeted the assistant. She bowed her head respectfully. Lord Naruto, she replied. Is Ramos in? Yes, he is. He free? He asked. Let me check. She tapped the intercom on her computer. General, Lord Naruto is outside. Can he come in? Yes, he can, the general's voice said. Thank you, Sarah. Of course, sir, she replied, turning off the intercom. She looked to the blonde. Go ahead, my lord. Thanks. He walked through the door. Hey there, Ramos, he started to say, only to trail off when he saw the general wasn't alone. Lord Naruto, said the general. You know Colonel Shinji Uzumaki? He nodded. We met when the Uzumaki clan made their introduction to me. That's good. Did you need something? Yeah, I did. I need to ask you for a favor. But I can wait if you need to finish this. He stepped back, heading for the door. General Ramos shook his head. Actually, no, this does concern you. The blonde stopped. How? He asked. Shinji said, Lord Naruto. He scowled instantly. Hey, I told you already. We're family. Call me Naruto. Being called a lord from people he knew was one thing. Being called a lord by family, he drew the line at that. Right, forgot, sorry. He lost the scowl and replaced it with a smile. No problem. He looked over at Ramos. So, what's up? He didn't speak. Shinji did. Naruto, you remember when I offered you a chance to help with Shinobi? He asked. The blonde nodded. Yeah, I do. What of it? Well, the producers got wind that you were helping with a documentary about the Fourth Shinobi World War. They called Ms. Astrid for confirmation. They also called after you. He didn't remember getting any phone calls from producers. When did they call? Apparently, the day you finished shooting, right after you left. Huh, Komi, I remarked, impressed. Talk about timing. Shinji kept talking. Since they miss you, and they knew where I was, they called me and asked me to do something. What's that? Naruto asked him. Shikaku rolled his eyes, the same as Isabu. Naruto, do you really have to ask? The sanbai asked him. Yes. Why? You already know what it is he's going to say. Yeah, he's even giving you a "Are you really serious?" look, Sun added, joining the conversation. Shinji was giving him that look. He didn't say what he was showing. Instead, he answered the question. They want you to come over and help them develop the next season. They were rather insistent since the next season is going to have you. Okay. He looked at the general again. Am I going? This is beyond me, Commander, Ramos told him. He found that hard to believe. The general was in charge of the entirety of the Marine Command here on the island. He was the person Naruto had to go to if the chance of getting off the island was talked about. To hear him say that a situation was beyond, he had a hard time believing it. Why's that? I have to come to you. This is not beyond you. The general shook his head. No, Commander, I mean there is nothing I can do about it. I'm confused. Shinji had the answer. They went over his head. That he understood. He was more used to the phrase going behind the back, but it was simple enough to figure it out. He was more surprised at who it was done to. I didn't think that was possible, General. I mean, you are a general. And the producers have friends higher up in the command than me, he said with a flat expression. They want at their studios in the land of sound by tomorrow. You'll have a few hours rest and leave this evening. Colonel Shinji will accompany you. That way we can try to prevent any mishap, Shinji explained to Naruto. He was fine with that. He was just surprised by where he was going. Their studios are in the land of sound? Both Colonel and General looked at each other. They looked at him again. Commander, you didn't hear about it while you were making the documentary? He shook his head. No. In the elemental countries, the land of sound is the place to be for film productions, whether it be TV or movie. He was hit with a thought that made him start to snigger. It wasn't a quiet snigger either. It was a full-blown snigger that echoed throughout the room. Again, the colonel and general looked at each other. Is something funny, Lord Naruto? Ramos asked him. The land of sound, Orochimaru's self-made country, the place of his many hideouts, is now the land of movie studios, he said, breaking out into full laughter. If he laughed any harder, he would have fallen to the ground. If only that bastard could see what it was like now, the look on his face would be priceless. Kurama started laughing once he realized it. He would. Good Kami, he would. It would have been great. Shinji didn't know what to do. It wasn't every day that someone dealt with a laughing ancestor. Then again, he thought to himself, it's not every day someone deals with an ancestor. As the sniggering finally finished, he dared to ask, Are you all done, Naruto? The blonde held up a finger. Just give me a moment. He stopped his sniggering and got his breathing back under control. It took a couple of minutes. All right, now I'm good. So you have no objections with this? No, I don't. He was relieved. There was a small doubt in his head that it would be much harder than this to convince him. You sure? He asked. He was probably pushing it, but he had to be sure. Naruto didn't look annoyed with him for that question. He was more exasperated. Shinji, I already said that I would. That means I would. Oh, good, he said. Now he can breathe easier. He'll see you when it's time to leave, Colonel, Ramos told him. You may go. He turned to the general and saluted quickly. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Naruto watched his relative turn around and walk right out of the room. There was a precision to his movements that the blonde could never match. Maybe it came from the training? Does it matter? He asked himself. No, it didn't. Lord Naruto, you wanted to talk to me about something else? Ramos asked him. He looked back at the general sitting in his chair. Yeah, I did. What is it then? You know about how I helped a kid with that play about me? He nodded. Yes, everyone on the island has heard about it. I've read the scene you suggested myself and found it good. Considering how the play was worded, that could mean two different things. Do you mean how it was worded or the scene itself? If it was the latter, he could take credit for that. The general said both, actually. Kurama was quick to say, Don't get a swelled head, Naruto. I wasn't going to. Good. He ignored the interrupting fox and kept his attention on the general. Well, the kid I talked got tickets to go see the play be performed in Konoha. And he wanted to know if I could go as well. The air in the office changed. Ramos felt it tense up at that question. Not only that, Naruto became less cheerful as he spoke. Now he was serious. You want to know if you can go? The blonde nodded. Yes. Santa Maria and all those who follow her, he silently cursed. He really hoped that it wouldn't come to this. Commander, you know that this is a question that can't be easily answered. He didn't object or protest, like he thought he would. Instead, he stood tall and straight, becoming serious, very serious. General Ramos, may I speak frankly and honestly? He gestured. Go ahead. Before I came to this island, I hadn't been on Earth for over 2,000 years. The closest I got had been the moon. Hackett and Anderson had sent me here for hiding because I asked if I could go home. But I didn't mean Semper Vigilavi, and I only meant Earth in the broadest sense of the word. When I said home, I meant Konoha. I have been on Earth for the better part of 4 months now, and I haven't been anywhere near there. Enough is enough. He placed his hands on the table and leaned in close. I want to go home. Ramos looked at the blonde, staring him in the eyes. He was serious, meaning every word that he said. He wanted to go to Konoha. Right now, he was polite about it. If he was refused, it was likely that he would find his own way off the island. That could end badly. I will speak to the others, he finally said. That's all I can give you. At this point, he would take it. Thank you, he said, taking his hands off the table. Is that all you needed of me? Yes, you can go now. He watched the legendary shinobi walk out of his room, breathing in relief once he was gone. One overnight flight later, they landed in the land of sound early in the morning, so early that the dawn was barely beginning to show. Naruto was led to a 5-star hotel and given one of their best suites. He was encouraged to sleep off any jet lag he might have so he could better function at the meeting later in the day. While he was used to spending night awake and going long without sleep, both of those facts had taught him to never look this of gift horse in the mouth. He fell onto the bed and was asleep fast. 8 hours later, he woke up to the sound of the door being knocked on. He crawled out of bed and walked over to the door, shaking the grogginess off. He reached the door and asked, "Yeah, who is it?" "Housekeeping," a girl's voice said through the door. He looked at the screen beside the door. With a single touch it showed him outside the door stood a pretty girl who looked like she was coming out of her teens to become a woman. Her black hair was pulled back from her face in a tail that was probably part of the uniform she had to wear. "Can you come back later?" he asked her. "Of course, sir," she said without even thinking about it. She must have to do a lot of rescheduling. "Please notify the staff when you leave so we may tend to your room." He stared at the door rather than the screen. She stood there, waiting for his reply. And how do I do that? Was he supposed to leave some kind of note underneath the door? This time, the maid looked a little exasperated. Clearly she thought that he knew how to do that. "Just use the screen by the door, sir," she explained with a patient tone of voice. "It'll leave a note for the staff." He looked at the screen again. There was a button on the touch screen that was notifying the staff. That was probably the one he used to tell them when to come in. "Right, got it. There's also a message for you from Colonel Shinji Uzumaki. Your meeting is in 2 hours. He will meet you down in the lounge when you are ready." "Thanks for that." It gave him enough time to shower, dress, and eat. He touched the screen and started to leave a message for the staff. But then he stopped. "Hey, you still out there?" Footsteps that had started to walk away stopped and came back. "Yes, sir?" the maid asked through the door. She was beginning to sound annoyed but didn't let it override her mouth. "Is there any way to leave a message for a specific person to come clean the room?" "Yes, there is, sir. You simply leave that person's name in your message." "Right," he said. "And what's your name?" "Sir?" He smiled to himself. She hadn't expected this. "What's your name?" It's Susanna." "Susanna," he repeated as he entered the name. "Do I need a last name with that or is this good?" "No, that's good enough. My managers will know who to contact to clean this suite." "Good. Listen, when you come to clear the room, you're going to find cash on the table. That's going to be your tip." "Oh, of course, sir," she said, her voice showing that she was still a little surprised by what was happening. "Thank you. Hey, you helped me. It's only right that you're rewarded." She didn't reply to that because she was already walking away. He listened until he couldn't hear her footsteps any longer before he turned away. "You know, I would have thought that you would open the door instead of looking through the screen," Kurama remarked. "I had thought about it," he said quietly. "But I didn't want to shock whoever was out that. He was only wearing his boxers for the love of Kami." Shikaku chuckled. "You mean that you didn't want the maid to start eyeing you and wondering if it was an open invitation?" He nodded. "Yeah, that too," he said. "And no one throw my teachers in my face, alright?" Matatabi huffed. "We weren't going to, Naruto. Do you really think so little of us?" Komi fluttered guilty in the air. "Actually, I was going to do that." "I rest my case," Naruto said. "Shut up." He chuckled as he walked into the bathroom. The hotel didn't sport a traditional bath. Instead there was a shower. But that was an understatement of a description. It was a shower that was behind glass panes, dominating half the room with multiple showerheads. "Oh yeah, this is a shower," he said with a grin. "It most certainly is," Kurama said with the barest amount of sarcasm. As soon as he stepped inside the ring of showerheads, the water came on, hitting all parts of his body. A nearby screen turned on, showing the water temperature. He raised it a couple of degrees until he found the heat he wanted. He cleaned himself off quickly, as his training taught him to be. When he was done, he took a step to the bathroom but stopped. He said to himself. It aroused Gyuki's interest. "What's with them?" he asked. "Oh, nothing, I was just wondering if I should take the time to relax in this incredible shower." Isaba perked up at that idea and agreed with it completely. "Do it. Do it," he said insistently. "Come on. Do it." Sun had a reason to say the same thing. "You've got a couple of hours. As long as you don't go overboard, I'd say go ahead." "Then I'll take it." He sat down beneath the water and crossed his legs. He placed his hands on his knees and closed his eyes. The heads automatically adjusted so that the water would stay on him. Kurama rolled his eyes. "Are you serious?" This is how you're going to relax? Gathering nature churka? No, just taking a moment to meditate. He was proving how he wasn't gathering chakra by talking to the fox. If he was serious, he would be silent. All of the ways to relax, you go with this. It's soothing. The water raining down on him was refreshing. It gave him a sense of peace, like walking in the rain. He focused on his breathing, forgetting everything else that had happened to him. For a couple of minutes, it did not matter. All that did matter was his breath and his control over it. He didn't know how long he let himself sit there, but he knew that he felt relaxed once he was done. He stood up and stepped out of the shower. The water turned off instantly. How much time did I lose? He asked as he came to the mirror. Kurama shrugged his shoulders. Does it look like we have a clock in here? There's one on the mirror, Isabu offered. The turtle was quite pleased by how the time was spent. The blonde looked at the mirror's corner. The time was there, glowing blue. It looked like it was a natural part of the mirror. He had only lost 20 minutes. All was good. As he dried off, he took a moment to look at himself in the mirror. What he saw surprised him. Geez, he said. What? Kurama asked. Have you finally figured out how ugly you look? No, not that, he said. We both know the ladies love what I have. It was embarrassing sometimes, but that wasn't the point right now. Then what? Asked the fox. He looked hard at his reflection. When did I become so old? He didn't mean it as his age. Technically, he was still in his late 20s, the prime of his life. But there was something else there. He knew what it was. It was a loss of excitement, of energy for what he did. He looked at his eyes and didn't see a hope of becoming the best shinobi he could be or even the dream of being the Hokage. That was probably what scared him the most. Since he had come out of that rock, not once had he thought about going back to the village and trying to become the Hokage again. It was a very simple reason. What was the point? He wasn't that knowledgeable of this time to lead a village or even a country. More to the point, he would be ruling and guiding over people he did not know. Back when he was still a genin, he had known the people in the village and was willing to defend them. He could still do the same here, and he could work to feeling like he could care for them. But it wouldn't be the same thing. His friends were all gone, and so were their children and their grandchildren. No one he knew would be alive now. Plus, there was probably already a Hokage ruling Konoha, a Hokage the people knew and chose. It wouldn't be right to put that person aside so he could fill the seat. Being a shinobi wasn't about the fun and the missions anymore. It hadn't been for the longest time, but it only seemed like now he realized that. He was a cynical person now, more inclined to think that someone is holding something back. The one thing that had stayed constant with him was the fact that he improvised in a fight. But that was it. He looked at himself in the mirror and saw a veteran shinobi. But when he looked at the space next to him, he saw himself as a 12-year-old, bright-eyed genin fresh from the academy. This kid was ready, eager for whatever came at him. He didn't know what was out there. He didn't care. He was just ready for the challenge. Naruto didn't know if he should smack some sense in him. After all, this was him. If he got smacked, it only made him come back harder and stronger. He didn't take crap from anybody. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into, he told his 12-year-old shade. If you were smart, you'd walk from this life now. But his shade got that look in his eyes, the uniquely Uzumaki stubborn look. He wouldn't back down. And he couldn't really argue the fact that he was rather thick-headed when he was a kid. Are you being serious, Naruto? Komi asked him. You're not that old looking. I'm not talking about the physical appearance, Komi. Oh, okay. No, he's right, Shikaku said, sounding serious for once. He has gotten older, just not physically. Do you know when this happened? Are you asking for an honest opinion? Yes. Kurama was stunned. From Shikaku? He asked. The tanuki glared at him. Hey! He asked me, not you. Shove off. Naruto ignored their glares. Fox, I did ask Shikaku. Let him answer. He glared at the blonde and the tanuki. He looked like he wanted to say something. But he kept his mouth shut. Shikaku grinned smugly at him. He then told Naruto, I thought it was when you met those twins and figured out you had more in common with their dad. The blonde could see how it would look like that. During the first month on the island, he had run into a pair of twins named Scott and Sarah. They had been on the island training for some kind of space exploration program under the supervision of their father. All Naruto had to do was look at them to see how eager they were. They were roughly the same age as him, but to his eyes they were still rookies who were likely to end up dead if they rushed in. When he met their father, Alec, he had an easier time getting talking to him than his kids. Gyuki had a different thought. I thought you found it easier to talk to the dad because he looked a lot like the Sandaime Hokage. And you saw that Scott was practically a dead ringer for Konohamaru, Kurama added. There was also that. When he saw Scott, he had thought he was Konohamaru back to life. Once he had left them, the first thing he did was consult a genealogy book, several of them. It turned out that his suspicion was right. The Rider family was descended from the Sarutobi clan, the name changing after a daughter moved to the frontier. And there was more to it. They weren't just a part of the Sarutobi clan. They were the direct descendants of Konohamaru, his little brother in all but blood. That might be a part of it, he conceded. So, are you going to let the fact you feel old drag you down? Coco asked. I hope not. You hope? This isn't something I can just turn on or off. He didn't even realize that he had until he really looked at himself. Maybe I should get a haircut. What? Where did this come from? Well, it is getting kind of long. He didn't notice it until he looked at the mirror. His hair was getting long enough to make people think he was his father. Kurama eyed the blonde suspiciously. You're not having a midlife crisis, are you? Can he have a midlife crisis when he's only in his late 20s? Saiken asked, puzzling over it. The fox wasn't one for puzzling. He was the one who said he felt old. Naruto frowned. This was being taken completely out of proportions. I'm not having a midlife crisis, Fox. I'm just thinking that I need a haircut. Yes, to make yourself look younger. What? No. Let's just agree that he's not having a midlife crisis, okay? Matatabi told them all. Naruto, you should probably get dressed and find something to eat. You don't want to go to that meeting on an empty stomach. Worry about your hair later. Yes, Mom, he said with a sarcastic roll of the eyes. The Nibby didn't even blink. You say it like that, but you know I'm right. She was. He could admit that. He followed Shinji out of the car and into a big building. They called it a studio, but he thought that it was too big to be a studio. They went through the doors and instantly went to an elevator. He watched the number climb up until it reached 4. The doors opened and they walked out into an office space. You have a bullpen in a studio? He asked Shinji. Why? I never asked. This was not a place the actors came to frequently. He led him past the bullpen and past several offices. They came to a conference room surrounded by glass, making it easy to see inside. 4 people were inside, all dressed casually. 2 of them had their Omni tools open and looked like they were ready to start typing. There was a degree of separation between the two, about 2 chairs worth. As they went inside, the men on the left stood up. Ah, Shinji, welcome back, the non-bearded one said. He looked like he was from the islands and spent a good time underneath the sun. Hello, Alexander, Shinji greeted him. He looked to the bearded man. Hans, how have you been? I've been well, Hans replied. His bald head shined in the light, but there was no sweat on it. It also did nothing to hide the rune tattooed behind his ear. Are these guys new screenwriters? He asked. Look at the other 2. Alexander shook his head. No, they are the casting people, Hito and Miguel. Nice to meet you guys, he said to them. They looked younger than the other 2, more like they belonged in a collage. He turned to Naruto, who had been standing there silently. There's no need for him to introduce himself, Hans interrupted him. He walked around the table with his hand extended. Lord Naruto, it is an honor to meet you at last. Naruto took the offered hand without hesitation. Nice to meet you, Hans, he said. I take it that you and Alexander created the show? He laughed modestly. It sounded a little forced. No, nothing like that. We just lead it as the producers. Alexander came around the table too. But we have been involved since the beginning as writers, he said, his hand out too. Alexander, Lord Naruto, it's a pleasure. Hey there, Alex, the blonde said to him. Do you mind if I call you that? Alexander sounds like a bit of a mouthful. Oh please, go right ahead. I find my full name to be rather stuffy at times. In fact, I much prefer if people called me Xander. Xander it is then, he said easily. He stepped around the table to approach the other 2 men. He held out his hand to them. Nice to meet you guys. They looked surprised at being talked to. They scrambled out of their chairs and shook his hand. "It is a pleasure to meet you, my lord," Miguel said, stumbling over his words. Hito pushed his thick glasses up his nose. "Truly an honor, my lord," he said, his voice squeaking a little bit, shaking his hand too. "These guys have no confidence at all," Sun declared. Shikaka nodded in agreement. "You would have thought they didn't know they were meeting you today," the Tanuki said in jest, but it made everyone pause. "Did they know?" asked Isabu. "There was one way to find out." "Did you guys know I was coming?" Naruto asked them. They shook their heads rapidly. "No, my lord," said Miguel. Hito nodded quickly. "Not at all, my lord," he said. "We just thought that this would be another meeting. We weren't expecting you at all." "Well, that explains a bit." He looked down. "Hito, do you mind stop shaking my hand? It feels like it's flapping in the air." "Oh, right." He pulled his hand back fast. "Good joke, my lord." "Joke?" he asked, looking puzzled. His smile faltered and disappeared as he paled. Naruto stopped him before he went further. "Think nothing of it," he said. "I get it. Meeting a legend can be overwhelming. I've been there a few times myself." Kurama snorted. "You called Jiraiya a pervert the first time you met him, and after you realized Minato was your father, you punched him the stomach." He chose to ignore that comment. "Please," he told the men in the room, "don't think of me as someone who needs to be catered to and respected. Think of me as someone who knows what you're doing and is willing to help. All right?" he asked. Shinji didn't say anything. He only smiled. Both Hans and Xander looked at each, and then at him. "Very well," Hans said, "shall we get started?" They all took seats at the table. It was the studio men on one side and the Uzumakis on the other. Naruto sat easy in his chair and looked at all four men. "So, I'm assuming that you want my help in figuring out whom to cast as me?" "That's part of it," said Xander. "There's more? You thought that was it?" He nodded. "Yeah, I've seen some of the seasons you guys have made. The stuff's pretty damn accurate." Hans told him, "That may be, but there's a difference between what we've read and researched in history books and having been there yourself." He's got a point. But there was also something else they had to consider. You guys seem to focus on the broad spectrum of events. I was only aware of the things that happened to me. The way you guys are doing the series, I didn't really do a lot in those early years. "No, you just stopped a rampaging Jinchuriki and helped find the next Hokage," Kurama said with dry sarcasm. "That's not important at all." "I didn't say that. I just think they weren't as important to the broad picture." Xander was set on what they wanted. "Regardless, you were there, Lord Naruto. Anything you could give us would be greatly helpful." Now they were just buttering him up. It was flattering, but it also had nothing to do with the matter at hand. Shinji said, "How about we just focus on the casting for now and get to the others later?" Naruto eyed him. It was surprising to hear him speak for him, but he went with the idea. "He's right. Let's worry about the casting first." The producers nodded in agreement. "That's acceptable," Hans said. He looked at the casting people. "So, have you casted anyone yet?" Hito said, "We've had a few auditions, but we've done no callbacks and no one has gotten a role yet." He frowned in confusion and looked at his relative. "Callbacks?" he asked. "No one gets the audition the first time," Shinji explained. "When the actor gets called back for a second audition or a third, there's a greater chance of him getting the role." "I see." He looked at Hito and Miguel. "So, do any of them stand out?" Miguel shook his head. "No, not really," he said. He considered all the ways this could go. The first thing they had to figure out was how the casting would go. It was perhaps best to ask an obvious question. "Are you guys planning on having the others and I around for the long term?" As he expected, they were. "Of course we were," Hito told him. "The Konoha 12 were an influential group," Xander said. "We can't just have them in bit pieces. People would get angry." "I was making sure," Naruto explained to them. "I don't know when the series would end." He looked inquisitively at them. "Any chance you could tell me? It might help." They looked at one another, silently debating whether they should tell him or not. He waited patiently. He figured that whether or not they told him, the series would go long enough for the kids to turn into adults. "Ideally, we hope that the show would end after the War of Three Flags, when the human alliance is created," Hans told him. That's ideally, he thought. So that meant if it didn't happen, they had an earlier place to stop. Would I be safe in assuming that you hope to have the Konoha 12 become adults before the show ends? Yes. Alright, then you're going to find several people who can play a certain role and who can also mature it as they grow. Hito and Miguel shared a look. That was something they already knew they had to done. It was something that had been used constantly in the series. Hell, it could even be considered a norm. But they couldn't say that to the legend sitting across the table. They would have sounded like idiots. We'll do that, my lord, Hito said. Naruto saw the look, however. You guys already do that, don't you? He asked. They didn't freeze, but it was close. We do, my lord, he said, feeling quite embarrassed and idiotic. Say that next time. You guys are the professionals. I'm just the guy who can help you out. If I'm saying something obvious, tell me. He didn't make it sound like a lecture or a reprimand. It was a simple instruction. We'll do that, Lord Naruto. Don't say it, Kurama told the blonde before he could even open his mouth. It's not going to do you anything. Just let it go. He didn't want to let it go. But he had to. Alright, what do you want me to tell you about the Konoha 12? Miguel was quick to answer. What they were like as kids. How did they change as they grew up? Where would you like me to start? He expected them to ask about himself. They surprised him by asking, could you start with teammate? That's where the auditions have been. He recovered quickly. Alright, let's start with Kiba. Back when he was a kid, he was a wild child, probably even more than me. He did pranks? No, that was me. He was more willing to throw down for a fight and would fight aggressively. He saw himself as the team leader and tried to act so. But if he ever made a mistake, he wouldn't accept that he had. Of course, his temper was short and could get him into trouble. They were taking notes as he spoke. And as he grew up? Miguel asked. He was able to cool his temper down enough, but if he was riled up, he would still lose it. He became a decent leader but was also willing to follow orders if he was placed under someone's command. He was also one of the guys you'd want to have at your back both in a fight and when you were out having fun. Would you say that you two were friends? He nodded. It was rough at first and we didn't hesitate in trash talking in a fight, but yeah, we were friends. He was friends with all of them. A smile came to him as he remembered something. When he tried dating, it was so funny to see him act polite and gentlemanly. It just seemed so out of character for him. Was this before or after you found out Hinata and Sakura had fallen for you? His good mood sobered a little at the mention of that. Whenever someone brought that up, he always felt like an idiot for not seeing it. Before, he said quickly. I didn't realize he was dating to try and not think about Hinata until I learned the truth. Everyone heard the tone in his voice. It was a tone that highly suggested they drop the topic before it was bad for them. Noted, said Hito quickly. Tell us about Shino. He was the cool-headedness to Kiba's hot temper. He was quiet and spoke only when he felt like he had to speak. If anything, he would let his bugs do the talking for him. But he was there for us all. If we needed help or support, he would come to our aid. That never changed. He thought about it for a moment. In fact, I would say that Shino was one of the few who stayed constant as we grew up. He stayed cool under pressure and able to notice things in battle a quicker person would have missed. We were all glad to have him. There was a slight pause, almost a hesitation, before he said, and Hinata? Hinata, Naruto said, mostly to himself. If there was a person who changed the most, it was her. If someone had met her as a kid and then as an adult, they would have a hard time believing she was the same person. Even I missed it a little bit. They stopped writing and looked at him. You, Lord Naruto? Asked Hito. Hey, I was gone for 2 years. Things did change. Before I left, I thought that she was a little weird. She kept blushing when I was around and unable to look me in the eyes when I was talking to her. She had a crush on you. I only knew that in hindsight. Then I just thought that her being normal. He pushed on, going on to describe her. She was quiet and a little timid. People who saw her and wanted to be cruel called her a coward. But she was one of the bravest people I had ever known. She had just showed it differently. She showed it in being kind to everyone she met. When she grew up, she became much more confident in herself. Outwardly she was still the same, polite and kind to everyone, being nervous around me. But she held her own in a fight, and wasn't afraid to protect the ones precious to her. He thought about what he would say next. It might seem a bit much, but it also showed how much she had changed. If anything, the war was the best thing that could have happened to her. Even Hans and Xander were surprised by those words. It was? The islander asked him. He nodded. She grew more confident while fighting. Her confidence was infectious, really. She would walk amongst the shinobi, talk to them, and would walk away leaving them reassured that they would come out alive and perhaps even victorious. People looked up to her and respected her for what she could do and inspire. I bet it surprised her as much as it did Kiba and Shino. They had practically treated her like a little sister until she got more confident. He smiled as he remembered the memories. They were good memories. It was probably also when Kiba started falling in love with Hinata. What about Hinata's cousin, Niji? And the smile faded again. That wasn't a good memory. Niji, he said his friend's name. The others looked a little uncomfortable as they waited. Niji was complicated, to say the least. When I met him, he thought everything was written by fate. Nothing could escape it. Of course, he thought that he was a little unique when it came to fate and destiny. He also thought that people without any talent couldn't beat him. In that, he was a little short-sighted, never thinking about looking for hidden talent or late bloomers. He also had a bad hatred for the Hyuga main family. In hindsight, it was understandable, considering what happened to his dad. He used that hatred to fuel himself, to make himself stronger. But he also felt that his servitude hindered him. When he had a chance to take his hatred out on a main family member, he took it. But once he got that fate/destiny stuff knocked out of him, and he learned the truth about what happened to his dad, he changed. He became kinder to the main family, and Hinata even more so, protecting her when she was danger. He wasn't disregardful of his teammates, supporting them in what they wanted to believe in. Of course, he had to try and keep Lee from doing something a little too crazy. Was that a full-time job? Hito asked. He grinned. You had to have known Rock Lee. Have you guys already cast Mike Guy? Yes. He's already being portrayed. Then you already know what he's like, always going on about the springtime of youth, constantly doing insane workouts, and doing even more insane workouts when he failed, and always optimistic. Lee was like that, practically squared. People who didn't know him would have thought him naive and annoying. But we knew that he was a man that never stopped supporting his friends. And he was someone that was to be feared on the battlefield. During the war, there were very few leaders under Obito who were willing to remain in the fight if they knew he was there. Lee did change in the war, I know that much. But he changed less than the others. He became grimmer and more serious as the war went on, but he never lost his energetic optimism and his flames of youth. He couldn't help chuckling as he talked about that. We needed his optimism a lot more than we realized. Miguel had something to ask him. What about his inability to hold alcohol? Oh, Cammy, that was something was either trying or funny as all out, depending on if you were trying to corral him or watching it happen. If he got out onto the street, it got worse. It couldn't have been that bad. He looked him in the eye. Lee was able to use the Swaken, drunken fist, like a fish was able to use water to swim. Someone once suggested that we get him drunk before a battle and send him loose. Not only did that guy get slaps upside the head from the 10 of us, Tsunade clocked him hard, sending him out of the building. Lee was walking destruction when he was drunk. We would never unleash that on a battlefield. It would have been too chaotic. They all took that into consideration. And what about Tenten? Asked Hito. Between Niji and Lee, she was the one who was more easygoing. She could get exasperated by Lee and Guy but really didn't do anything to stop them. She tried to be her own person, not wanting to relay on other people too much, and succeeded in it too. She wanted to be a legendary kunoichi like Tsunade and trained to be that person. There was a saying back then, always trust a shinobi to have a hidden weapon. It's still around, Shinji told him. That's good to hear. It was nice to hear something other than him survived 2,000 years. Well, we had our own version of it. Always trust Tenten to have 5 hidden weapons. She was a weapons nut. There wasn't anything else to it. When the remainder of Kiri's shinobi reassembled the 7 swordsmen, and displayed them for the others to see, I swear she had a gleam in her eyes as she looked at the swords. Hito and Miguel chuckled at that. They could almost picture it in their minds. Did that really happen, or are you making it up? Hito asked him. Not making it up, I swear. Both Lee and Guy were standing on either side of her when it happened, and I wouldn't have been surprised if they had been keeping her in place. What about Team 10? Where would you like to start? They looked at each other for a long moment, silently conversing. Miguel turned to him and said, "How about with Ino? She was definitely one of the people who had changed in the war. Back when she was a kid, she could almost be described as a fangirl for Sasuke. Your teammate was the same." He looked at the man. "Hey, we're focusing on Ino right now. We'll get to Sakura later. Now, as I was saying, she could have been a fangirl. I'm saying that because she was able to get out of it thanks to having a brain in her head and being able to see what it would have gotten her. Plus, it almost ruined her friendship with Sakura. She was also assertive, trying to lead Shikamaru and Choji when they were genin. But she was a good friend, kind and supporting when it was needed. She was a little vain with her looks, but it could be pardoned when she turned out to be a beauty when she grew up. She had the most pride in her hair. If she had the time, she would take a brush to it. She didn't have a lot of time near the end. With the war, she tried to stay the same, and in the lighter moments she was, but she became serious, focused on what she could extract from the prisoners we took captive. She was a little bit of a flirter when we were kids, but became more of a seducer, getting information that way. When she had learned it, everyone took notice. It was hard not to notice when she did it. She knew how to do it well. She made a pass at me once. That stopped them cold. "She what?" asked Miguel. "She made a pass at you?" He nodded. "It wasn't serious, and now that I think about it, she probably did it to tease and annoy Sakura and Hinata. It would have explained why both women were annoyed with him for the next couple of days. Besides, she had already been dating Sai at that time. She always looked forward to their dates. It was one of the things that helped her stay sane." "Stay sane? You mean she was going to insane?" "No," he said with a shake of his head, "not exactly. But between delving into somebody's mind to pull out information, or using her body to get that information, and fighting and rescuing people from destroyed towns, she was strained. We all were and did the best we could to help each other." Hito asked him, "What about Choji?" He knew what to say first. Despite the war happening, it was never wise to call him fat. That was something that stayed with him. It was also something we did use in the battlefield, a lot of times. It was so many times that Choji's personal battle cry was "I am big boned," as he charged into the fray. The first thing you would notice about Choji was that he usually had food in hand. The second thing you would notice is that he was usually eating the food. When he was a kid, food took priority over everything else. Asuma had to bribe him with food so he would join in whatever it was they were doing. That happened less and less as he grew up. When the war really set in for us, he put the food down. I never saw him snack again during the war. He was that serious. On the whole, he was a nice guy. He was able to go with something that he liked and laugh at a good joke. His closest friend was Shikamaru. They were contrasts to each other, and that worked well for them both. Their friendship held true through all the trouble and pain we went through. When Shikamaru had been critically injured during the Land of Lightning, Choji did not leave the hospital until we knew that he was going to make it. And what was Shikamaru like? Lazy, he said instantly. That was the first thing people said about Shikamaru, and the last thing too. He was a lazy kid. He would rather sleep away the day or watch the clouds than pay attention in class. He might have been smart, but he wasn't really one to show it off. To him, it would have been a drag. He always used to say what a drag, or how troublesome, about things. But even though he was a lazy guy, he knew how to look at things. If he got into a fight, he knew what to look for and how to exploit it. He was also someone who had grown up a lot before the war actually happened. I'm not sure when it happened, but at the very least it started when he was the only genin promoted. Asuma's death really hit him hard and it made him grow faster. He still gave off a lazy appearance, but he would do the work given to him. What about his relationship with Temari? Hito asked. It's one of the great romances of that era. A laugh bubbled up from his throat and barked out of his mouth. He stopped before it went any further than that, but they were still looking at him oddly. Sorry, I just never heard it put like that. In fact, up until Shikamaru proposed to her, both of them would flat out declare that they weren't in a relationship, despite everyone prodding them about it. What changed? I don't know. They were close before the war and got closer during. Ino was convinced all those late-night dinners they were having, talking about logistics and predictions, was their excuse for dates. She tried to have some of us spy on them to see if it was true. I was one of them, and so was Gara. Unfortunately, they both knew we were all there. Shikamaru dragged us out by the shadows and hung upside down. That was the only time I saw Temari act like a big sister to Gaara, chastising him for spying on her. What did Shikamaru say about it? What a drag. Still, we were sure they were dating, at least somewhat. We got a confirmation after Kumo fell. Shikamaru had been injured and had to be medevaced to Konoha. Temari stayed in the hospital alongside Choji. When he came to and we surrounded his bed, he looked right at Temari and said, "As soon as I'm getting out of this bed, I'm marrying you, you troublesome woman." That was the only time I saw Temari blush that bright of a red. It was something we hadn't expected to happen right then and there. Ino yelled at Shikamaru for it. She called him unimaginative and unbelievable. She expected a much more romantic gesture from him. Did Temari? Hito asked. He shrugged his shoulders. I couldn't tell you. What do I know that was that Temari just leaned down, kissed Shikamaru on the lips, and said, "Yes, yes, you are." That was all to it. And it was still the quickest wedding I had ever seen, Kurama remarked. We were in a war, Naruto replied. I am aware. A dry grin appeared on his lips. Ino must have been fuming since she couldn't plan an extravagant wedding. Either her or Shikamaru's mother, Gyuki added. The room fell silent as Hito and Miguel quietly became awkward. Xander and Hans didn't show it, but they had to have felt just as awkward. Naruto knew why. There was only one team left, his team. They didn't know how to proceed. Go ahead, he told them. Ask the questions. Hito looked at his partner and breathed in deep. This was it, the end of it. What was Sakura like? He asked. Very different from what she ended up being, he answered. She was the only one of us three to get through a childhood happy since her parents were still alive. She didn't have any real hardships until she became a genin and got shown the real world. There was also how she reacted around the two of us. She thought that I was an idiotic loser, and that Sasuke practically hung the sun and moon. She wasn't that great of a kunoichi when we started out. She couldn't hold her own in a fight, and one genjutsu would have knocked her out easily. All she had to go on were her book skills, and while that was impressive, it didn't do much out in the field. Sasuke and I had to step in and protect her more than a few times. If she had stayed the way she was, she would have been happy for the protection and not done a thing to change it. But she wasn't happy. She saw how much we were doing and she wasn't. She wanted to change that, and after learning from Tsunade she did. And despite all of her initial flaws and weaknesses, she was a kind girl. She helped how she could and tried to do some more. What about the relationship between you and her? He stilled in his chair. That was a loaded question if he had ever heard one. He answered it as best he could. It's a relationship that changed through the years. She thought that I was nothing much, at first. To her, I was just a loud idiot who was being forced to join her and Sasuke. If she thought I was doing something stupid or perverted, she'd punch me. That was actually something that stayed constant up until the war. Whenever she thought I was doing something perverted, she'd punch me. You usually were doing something perverted, Kurama remarked. Not the point, he replied. She got nicer to me as time went on and we grew up. After my training journey, she was able to stand by my side and hold her own in a fight. With the lack of Sasuke, we got closer. I don't know when her feelings for me turned romantic. I hadn't been paying attention to it, thanks to the war. Something that has continually bitten you in the ass since, Sun added. I know that already. It had to be said again. No, it didn't. The argument could have gone further than that if he wanted. He didn't. I had a crush on her back when I was a kid and it stayed with me. But the more I grew up, the more I had a feeling that nothing would come out of it. When Sasuke came back to the village, I thought that was it. He was home and she could love him like she always wanted to. But she didn't go for him, at least not completely. She also started to look at me the same way. He wondered for a moment how she must have felt, trying to figure out how to pick between the two men that she loved. You know, there is a way she could have gotten you both, Shikaku remarked with a sly grin on his face. The blonde didn't need to ask him what it was. He had a feeling he knew what the tanuki was going to suggest. The three of us, all together? He asked. Yep, that's it. Never would have happened. You don't know that. I do know that. It would have made everything between them unbelievably awkward. Being in that kind of a relationship wasn't just about having Sakura, it was also about having Sasuke. And Naruto was straight. He could admit a guy looked good, but he stopped at that. It was a good thing that Sasuke was the same way. He looked back to the people in the room. Once my eyes were open, I couldn't help but notice the way she looked at me. It was different from what I had known before. I was also seeing it from Hinata, and honestly, I didn't know what to do with it. So I ignored it. That didn't stop her. She wasn't overly blunt about how she tried to get my attention, but she did try. Yes, that hilltop picnic comes to mind, Kurama said pointedly. He mentally groaned. Are you ever going to let that go? What do you think? And what about Sasuke? Asked Miguel. Naruto leaned back in his chair. Sasuke, he said, remembering his friend. Sasuke was complicated to say the least. I had seen him around before the massacre, but that was only in passing. I didn't really get to know him until afterwards. By then he was cold and focused on getting revenge. That was all he cared about. Anything or anyone that didn't help him with it was a hindrance. The girls loved him for being so cool. I hated him for it. I declared that he was my rival. He ignored me. When we were put together on the same team, he ignored it. He thought that I was a dope and that would be the end of it. But in his own way, he started caring for the team, for us. I think that he started to see me less as a dope and more as a teammate, even a friend. I was glad for it. I felt like he was a friend too. So when the news came that he had left the village for Orochimaru, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to. When Shikamaru told me that we were going after him, I didn't protest. Chasing Sasuke down and meeting him at the Valley of the End, it was the first time I really saw his hatred. It was like all we had done together didn't matter. He had gone right back to what he had been before Team 7 and he didn't care. The next time I saw him after that, nothing had changed for the better. And each time we ran into each other after that, he seemed to get colder. It was so bad the others were planning on killing him. I was the only one who thought better of him. When the war happened and he came down on our side of the fight, I couldn't have been happier to see him. I'm guessing that everyone else was leery of him? Hito prodded. He nodded. That might be an understatement, actually. Before he left, he was practically Konoha's golden boy. But when he came back, everyone had started looking at him like they used to look at me, like they didn't want him around. Our roles had been reserved in the village, but I didn't take any satisfaction from it. Instead, I did my damn best to make sure that Sasuke didn't run off again. I stuck to him, made sure he didn't turn his anger or hatred onto the villagers. There were plenty of times I spent the night at his house. Sakura did the same. Slowly but surely, we got the friend we knew we had back. He earned the village's respect by taking the thankless jobs and always volunteered to go out for rescue operations. He did it without any complaints or lashing out at anyone. Things turned silent at the table again. He knew why. Isabu felt like he should say something. We've come to you. Yes, I'm aware, Isabu. Miguel had the same idea. So that leaves me, he said. Sasuke was right, I was a dope. I hated being in class and didn't pay that much attention. I was loud, bragging that I was going to be the best shinobi they had all seen. None of them took me seriously when I said stuff like that. No one really paid attention to me at all. I pulled pranks so they would. I got labeled as a troublemaker and I went with it. With each prank I pulled, they got more and more outrageous. When it came to being a shinobi, I was a hothead, eager to run into a fight and not give a care about strategy. If somebody tried explaining something to me, I wouldn't get it the first time around. They would explain it again in simpler terms and I still wouldn't get it. It was only when they explained it to me in the most basic terms that even a toddler would understand that I got it. But if they showed me how something would work, I caught on quick. Since I was an orphan, I didn't know what to expect about society. So I would have come off as rude. I didn't give people the proper respect. Hell, I was more inclined to give them all nicknames. It's amazing how much you changed, isn't it? Kurama asked him with the driest sarcasm that could be mustered. Shut up. So what changed? Hito asked. He didn't really need to ask such a question when it was known in the history books. Still, the way the legend would tell it might give them something better to work with. I found people that saw potential no one, not even me, saw. They taught me how to become a better shinobi, what it truly meant to have bonds of friendship with others, and what it truly meant to be a Hokage. If it hadn't been for them, I probably would have stayed a punk shinobi who didn't think before he acted. You still do that, the fox remarked. I said shut up. He expected Hito and Miguel ask another question. They didn't right away. Instead, they looked at each other. Should we? Hito asked Miguel. I'm not sure. He scowled. You're the one who brought it up. That was before I realized he was actually going to show up. It was just talk. Well, he's here, isn't he? Naruto coughed, audibly. It got their attention. What are you two talking about? He asked. They looked embarrassed at that. Sorry, my lord, Miguel apologized. We were talking about something to add to the series, something that could be relevant. Hans got interested. This is new, he said, looking at the two of them. What is it? Hito answered. We were discussing if we should try and voice the Kyuubi. If he had been drinking water, that would have been the point. Naruto would have spat it out. Instead, he let his eyes go really wide. Whoa, okay, I wasn't expecting that, he said, meaning every word. Shikaku heard the news and instantly started complaining. Oh, come on. Why only him? We were there too, damn it. There's no use whining about it, Gyuki said. It's not like you can raise some kind of protest to it. He perked up at those words. They gave him a flash of inspiration. Yes, I can. Naruto, he said. The blonde was quick to respond. No. But, no. Xander stopped the talks before they went too far. Let's focus on getting these parts cast first. Then we can worry about bringing in the Kyuubi. Right, of course, sir, Hito agreed with a nod. Miguel nodded too. It's perfectly understandable. Shikaku was relieved to hear this. Thank the old man. I thought they were actually going through with it. Kurama smirked at him. You should clean out your ears. They didn't say it wasn't going to happen. They said they would come back to it. Kurama, you're about one word from me leaping at you and pounding you into the ground. Ha! You're, ha! Screamed the tanuki, leaping at the fox. They quickly devolved into a fight, becoming a blur of brown and orange-red fury with tails lashing everyone. The other Biju did nothing to stop the fight. He did warn him, Saiken said with no pity for Kurama. Anyone want to place bets? Komi asked. With what? Asked Naruto. You don't have any money in there. What's that got to do with anything? He stopped before he could start arguing with the Kabutomushi. Really, there wasn't any point to it. So, he said to the four men he was facing. I guess you guys got everything from me? The producers looked surprised. Are you kidding? Hans asked. We're not letting you go that easily, my lord. What my friend means to say, Xander quickly explained, is that there are many more things we would like to discuss with you and get your opinion on. Like what? He asked. How should we audition these roles? He was tempted to laugh, but the guy was serious. Are you serious? Of course we are. We could take the notes we've written here and use them to find the right person. But you could watch these auditions and know instantly who would be the best pick. Wouldn't it be better if you watched the auditions for the person who would play you? You know, he does have a point, Matatabi protested. You would be the best person to point out who would be the best. And this isn't going to be like your experience with Koiki, Kurama added, taking a moment with his fight with Shikaku, getting on top. It should be quite different. Get off! The tanuki growled, throwing him off and pinning him to the ground. Naruto gave a mental eye roll. Something like this only seemed to happen to him. Still, he was a little intrigued about picking out the kid who would play him. All right, he said, you've got me interested. Identical grins broke out on the men's faces. Excellent, Hans said. It's good to have you stay with us. What scene would you have cast the auditions in? Hito asked. He thought about it for a moment. What would be the first scene you have the Konoha 12 be in? We plan to film the days leading up to the Chunin exams, showing them coming together and going into the building, meeting everyone else. So you plan to film us meeting one another just before the first exam began? Miguel nodded. Yes. Use that for the auditions. It's the first time we came together as shinobi. It's a good place as any to start, right? You want to do the scene together? Isn't that what you were going to do? They're going to be acting in the same, working off each other. It's best to start it off like that. He knew that. It was obvious. But they looked like they were surprised by it. That's a very good idea, Hans agreed. It would give them a feeling on how they work with each other. How would Naruto be a part of the casting? Shinji asked them. Hito told him, ideally, we'd want him at the table beside us. Naruto shook his head right away. No, don't do that. They all looked at him like he was crazy. What? Said Miguel. He was having a hard time understanding what he had just heard. It showed on his face. Lord Naruto, do you realize what it is you just said? Xander asked. He nodded once. Of course I know what you're asking me. I'm not saying that I wouldn't be a part. I just don't want to be at the table. Then where would you want to be, in the back? Yes, actually, he agreed. Keep me out of obvious sight so they don't notice me. Gyuki groaned. Oh Cammy, you're not going to do another reveal thing again, are you? It's fun. It's getting old. Maybe for you, he retorted. Truth be told, he was rather enjoying the looks of shock, surprise, realizing how people got when they noticed that it was him, really him. It didn't feed his ego as it did his humor. It was fun. The Hachibi would have responded to that, except Shikaku's tail suddenly smacked him in the face. Hey! He barked at the Tanuki and Fox. Watch where you're fighting, morons! You're going to hurt one of us. Hans wasn't quite sure why the blonde wanted this to happen. Why, Lord Naruto? He asked. Why do you want to be hidden? While it was fun, he also had a good reason. So these kids won't get distracted, he explained. They should be there, focusing on doing the best they can to get the part. They see me, they'll probably go over the top to try and impress me. Hans rolled his eyes at that. Lord Naruto, don't you think that you're overestimating yourself? He asked. The producer might have had a point. But he knew that he was right on one point. What do you think would happen if the kids wanting to be me will be like if they see me right away? Xander looked at his partner. He's got a point. All right, fine, he said. If that's how you want, Lord Naruto, you'll have it. The auditions begin tomorrow. Please be here at 8 in the morning. Naruto stood up from the table. You got it. What they didn't mention, probably on purpose, was just how long and tedious the auditions were. He had spent a week in the back of a room watching the same scene play again and again. He felt like his brain was going to leak out of his ear. And he wasn't alone. The Biju were feeling bored too. But throughout it all, both Hito and Miguel looked completely professional. How do they do it? Komi asked, staring at the two. They sat at the table looking at the kids. If Naruto was to look at their faces, they would look interested at what was happening but not too interested to make the kids excited. I wish I knew, Shikaku said. I feel like pounding sand in the desert would much more interesting than this. Quiet complaining, the both of you, Gyuki told them. Today's the last day of auditions. He's right, agreed Naruto. And this was the last group auditioning together. The groups had been whittled down and moved around until they had come into the last three that he had found the best. Hito and Miguel either agreed with him completely or were letting him run point, but they pretty much followed his suggestions. The group came into the room, somehow managing to look both confident and nervous at the same time. Again, he was struck by just how young they were. He knew that they were the same age he had been when he had taken the exam, that was a requirement, but it was still so surprising. Sheesh, was I that young once? Yes, Kurama said shamelessly. And you were that short too. Alright, guys, Hito told the kids, an easy smile on his face. Let's go through the scene one more time. He picked up his lines as did Miguel. They would be the ones who read off any character that wasn't the roles being auditioned. The group readied themselves. They would be doing this without the script in hand. Naruto watched as they got started. They seemed ready for what they had to do. He hoped so. Out of the three groups left, he felt like this one had the most promise. It was why he wanted them to go last. They didn't disappoint. They acted off each other like he remembered. If he closed his eyes and listened, he could practically see his past self going through it all again. That wasn't to say they had it down perfectly. They were still rough in places, not quite like he remembered. It had to do with the way words were pronounced or the way their voices spoke. But he knew that it wouldn't be too hard to correct. What do you think? He asked his tenants. The first 8 didn't say anything. They all looked to Kurama. Out of all them, the Kyuubi had the most experience watching Naruto's friends and him interact. The fox watched the audition go on, listening to them interacting with Miguel as Kabuto. Out of all the groups we've seen in this past week, they're the closest, he declared. The blonde smiled to himself. I agree. When the acting ended and the kids waited uncertainly, Hito and Miguel looked at him. He nodded once. Hito stood and walked around the table. Congratulations, you guys. You've got the parts, he told the kids. They started cheering and celebrating. Naruto gave them all that moment so they could relish. Once the moment passed, he stood up from his chair, walked over to them. Don't get too happy, he told them. You've gotten the parts. That means people are going to be looking at you to act the roles almost perfectly. You are going to have to work hard in this, remembering all the lines you get, all the acting you have to do. You are going to have to convince the people watching this show that you are your character come back to life. You especially, he said, pointing at the kid who played him. The kid, Shiro, was nervous at being singled out. But he looked up at the guy. Why do I have to be the best I can? It sounded like a stupid question now that he actually said the words, but he also wanted to know the answer. Naruto reached up and lowered his hood, letting them see his face. Because I picked you to play me, he said. You think I was going to pick someone I didn't could play me the best? Shiro's eyes, the same as all the kids, went wide with odd shock. Hello, Lord Naruto? He said, trying, and failing, to keep his voice from stuttering. He nodded. Yeah, it's me. The girl who played Ino looked like she was about to faint. He looked at them all and said with the utmost seriousness, I helped pick you all because I thought you were the best options to play me and my friends. The roles you're going to play are going to change as you grow, get more complex. It's going to be a demanding task. But, he added, giving them a reassuring smile, I know you guys can do it. What I just saw showed that you could. And I am here to help you become your character better. If you need tips or advice, I'll be here to help you. Any questions? He asked. As it turned out, they only had one, and it was a question he should have expected. It was a good thing that Hito had that pen handy. The kids left for the day, ecstatic that they got the parts, and they also had Naruto Uzumaki's autograph. Naruto spent a little more time with Hito and Miguel before he got a call on his Omni tool. He excused himself and went into the hallway. He opened the call and found General Ramos on the screen. Hey, General, he said. What's up? Commander, I've talked with Admiral Hackett and Captain Anderson, Ramos said. It was a long talk, but we all agreed to it in the end. A hope began to well up in his chest. Agreed to what? He asked, hoping to hear the answer he wanted to hear. We've agreed to give you permission. You're going to Kanahigakure, Commander. Codex entry, Humanity and the Systems Alliance La Ciudad del Oro. While Rio de la Viva is currently the capital of the Great Jungle, La Ciudad del Oro, Hispano dialect, the City of Gold, is its economic and agricultural hub. The city, oftentimes just known as Dorado or El Dorado in day-to-day usage, itself rests on a natural island in the middle of Lago Tikal, English, Lake Tikal. It is surrounded by many man-made dirt islands called Chinampas, Nahuatl, Chinamitl, which are designated as agricultural land, and is connected to the rest of the continent by 4 land bridges to enable land traffic. It is a walled city divided into 4 districts, all converging onto a central temple once used for human sacrifices to the gods. The city was once the capital of the Mexico Alliance, see, Mexico Alliance, a coalition of Nahuatl-speaking tribes that worshipped a pantheon that included the hummingbird god Huitzilopochtli, as well as the obsidian jaguar god Tezcatlipoca. In the heyday of the alliance, trade from all nearby tributaries went into the city, while bartered exports of surplus grains such as corn, quinoa, and amaranth from its chinampas made a killing during famines. Most infamously, up until the end of the local war, sacrifices of human hearts to the gods were made regularly from prisoners of war to ensure that fewer famines would happen. The city got its name for the amount of gold that would be traded in exchange for food, to appease the gods as a sort of IOU for when raids for human sacrifices failed to produce results. During the local war, La Ciudad del Oro would experience a decline in trade, as well as an increase in looting as the Mexico Alliance practically tore itself apart in a panic. Overall, it was a dark time for the city's strong economy, particularly when the Chinampas were burned in the conflict. Yet, it managed to survive the test of time. However, it would be after the local war that La Ciudad del Oro would truly rise once again, when the tribes formed by feuding Mexica remnants made peace with each other. No longer the capital, since the Gado Manchado tribe's speaker of the gods was the one to make peace, it returns to its roots as the main economic and agricultural trading hub for the Great Jungle. Currently, the Colibri Salvaje, Hispano dialect, wild hummingbird tribe, Mexica remnants that primarily worship the hummingbird god of war Huitzilopochtli, still live on the island as they have since the founding of the city. However, with stronger ties to the Gado Manchado tribe, they also worship their god Tezcatlipoca to a much smaller degree. Gradually, they would come to worship the gods of the other remnant tribes. Still, they are known to be both a trading and farming community, and defended by homegrown warriors at least on par with the Gado Manchado's own hunters in terms of competency and bravery. Culture-wise, hummingbirds are held sacred as manifestations of Huitzilopochtli. Gold hummingbird motifs dot the island as talismans to ward off evil and tribute to the god and to let in good fortune. Add to the fact that hummingbirds themselves regularly come here to feed and mate earn it the nickname La Isla de Colibris, which translates into the island of hummingbirds. Annual hummingbird viewing season is always an event to look forward to, with birds of varying striking colors coming in and out of the city as they please. With its agricultural economy restored, La Ciudad del Oro is once again a popular destination for food products, especially cereals. Because it is known for making many bread products, the city is mostly well known for its bakeries producing a great number of premium baked foodstuffs such as churros, tortillas, and even the local favorite of pan de lote, English, cornbread. They are also known for producing tequila by the barrel from blue agave on a separate chinampa from the city's main exports. Recent chinampas have also been constructed to cultivate cacao and vanilla beans. Overall, La Ciudad del Oro is a city that has stood the test of time, from war to peace, even through mankind's ascent into the stars. And while several customs have changed, it still remains home for many Mexica remnants. Chapter 67, I'm Coming Home. Location Earth. Naruto had wanted to walk from the village's gates to the Hokage building, but Ramos shot that down. He reminded the blonde that the village he knew wasn't the village now. It wasn't even a village, more like a city. So he compromised to being flown into the Tsunade sector, the outskirts of the oldest part of Konoha. He walked out of the private spaceport, knew where he was immediately. He was in Konoha, the Konoha he knew. The buildings were more modern, but he could see the same basic structures. He put away the map they gave him. They had wanted him to use the Omni tool, but he refused anything less than something paper in his hands. He didn't need it. He knew this place easily. His feet started moving and he found himself walking to the Hokage building. It was late morning and everyone was arriving at their work. No one paid attention to him as he walked quickly past, his head hunched so no one would see it. He wanted that. In the month leading up to this visit, Anderson and Hackett had offered to make his return public. He put his foot down hard on that. He just knew if that happened, there would be a parade for his arrival. He wouldn't be able to do what he wanted in the village if that happened. When it came into sight, he stopped and looked at the Hokage building. After 2,000 years, it was still painted the same red color that shined with the sun's light, with orange tiles ringed around the sides. The 5 teeth were still there on the center roof, pointing up like they did. The kanji symbol of fire still rested above the main doors. It was gladdening to see it again. He looked at the monument. It was good to see it again after so long, but there was also something unsettling about it. He saw 10 faces carved into the cliff. The first 8 he knew. Like his trip through Sakura's memory had told him, Kakashi had become Hokage after Tsunade. Konohamaru followed him, and Mikoto followed him. He didn't know the next 2 faces, but he suspected that since the Kyudaime managed to look serious and lazy at the same time, it meant he was a Nara. That and the hairstyle he had. The Judaime Hokage was a face he couldn't place. But there were only 10 faces on the monument. That was not right. He had been gone for 2,000 years. There had to been more than 10 Hokages. He hoped that there was a very good reason for why there were only 10. He walked through the doors. The interior had a different coat of paint, more teal than beige. He turned for the stairs nearby and went up. He found the 2nd floor just like it always was. The scrolls were still there. He could have wondered that was, but he just took the moment to be glad they were still there. He came to a stop at the door and checked his outfit. He wore his flak jacket underneath the trench coat. There were no smudges or dirt. Kurama couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Are you serious?" he asked. "You're really doing this?" "Yes." "You've never done that before." "I knew the Hokages back then. I don't know this guy. Besides, he's expecting it. One of the things he had to do if he came back was follow protocol. Being gone long as he kinda had to. Once he was certain of everything, he reached out and knocked. "Come in," a man's strong and confident voice spoke. He opened the door and walked through. The office had only changed in the fact there was very little paperwork on the desk. That had been replaced by computers, quite a few of them. The walls were lined with pictures of men and women. They were the past Hokages. The ones he knew held prominence over the others by hanging behind the desk. A big man sat there. He was dressed casually with bronze-brown hair slicked back across his head. But there was no mistaking that he was a shinobi. Men and women, all adults, stood on either side of the desk. Either they were wearing military outfits, or they were dressed formally. Naruto knew who they were right away, the clan heads and the village's top jonin. He recognized Niji's father standing amongst them. He came to a stop before the desk in front of everyone. The Hokage stood up. He opened his mouth, but Naruto acted first. He fell to his knee, fist on the ground. Lord Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki reporting in. Mission status? Asked the Hokage. His voice had a rumble to it that reminded him of a bear. Completed, he answered. I apologize for the delay in returning. There were complications. Talk about an understatement, Kurama remarked. The Hokage waved it off. Considering the conditions, I will look past it. You may stand. He did as he was told. Protocol had been taken care of. So, what do I call you? He asked the Hokage. My name is Shinkuma. What's your number? He frowned. My number? He repeated. Your number as Hokage, like how Tsunade was the Godame Hokage. He lost the frown. Ah, I see what you mean. Truth be told, we've stopped doing that about 300 years ago. That was a little surprising to hear. And it was also a little saddening. To not know the number associated with the Hokage made them just a little less unique. Or maybe he was just overthinking it. Maybe they just used the numbering in the most formal way. All right, Lord Hokage, he said. May I ask another question? Go ahead. He pointed out the window. Where are all the heads of the Hokages? I see only 10 out there. To their credit, no one looked back out the window. Ah, that, said the Hokage. The Judame Hokage declared that had to end because they would run out of room on the cliff. Instead, he ordered the mountain to be hollowed out and a shrine made for all future Hokages inside. That's where they reside now. Guess that's a place I need to check out then. It was another thing on the list. Lord Naruto, said one of the women in the room. She wore a robe with the Uchiha symbol on the shoulders. If that wasn't enough, she looked enough like Sasuke to make Naruto mark her as an Uchiha. He looked at her. Yes, Lady Uchiha? How long do you plan in Konoha? He hated to answer this question. Unfortunately, it's only going to be for today and tomorrow. He had argued that point with Hackett and Anderson, quite extensively. He wanted to spend more time here, but they were firm in their position. He would spend 2 days in Konoha and then it was back to the island. I see. Then on behalf of the clans of Konoha, I invite you to a dinner in your honor. Tonight? He asked. She nodded. Yes. I can't. I'm attending a play tonight. It's the one about the end of the war. He looked back at the Hokage. Do you happen to know where the Shinobi History Museum is? He asked, pulling out the map. Shin didn't blink. It's right here, in the Mikoto sector. He pointed at a spot in the middle section of the city. Naruto grabbed a pen and encircled the spot. Thanks. He put the map away and looked back at the Uchiha clan head. How about tomorrow? He asked. She didn't ask him what he meant. For the dinner? She asked back. Yeah, I don't think I've got anything then. Plus, it gives me a little more time to prepare. She thought about it for a moment, and then nodded. You raise an excellent point. Lord Naruto, said the Nara clan head. He was the youngest of the clan heads, which must have meant he had taken the position recently. He was in his late 30s and wore it well, including his lazy expression. What do you intend to do while you're here in Konoha? The answer was easy. I'll have to explore first. This place has grown a lot. I was surprised by the fact there's a subway system now. I'm sure it'll make getting around easier. Of course, he wasn't going to take that. He would get through the old-fashioned way, by foot on ground and on roof. I also plan to go to a few places that I used to know. Do you plan on going to visit the graves of the Konoha 12? He froze. He hadn't really thought about the graveyard and his friends there. He probably hadn't because he didn't want to. Yeah, he said slowly. I plan to see them. May I see your map? He pulled it out and laid it on the desk. Here. The clan head took out a pen from his robe and circled a spot in the old boundaries. The pen moved up past the monument to the city portion there. You'll find something here, he explained, tapping the second point. And here, the pen moved back to the first, you'll find a statue of the Konoha 12. The thought was funny. A statue of those guys? He asked. Is he serious? But the humor faded fast. Of course, he would be serious. In fact, it shouldn't be funny. Thank you, he finally said. He took the map and put it away. He looked to the Hokage. Permission for some time off? He asked. It was probably a little odd for him to ask that question, but it didn't hurt. Granted, Shin told him. He nodded and turned for the door. As he reached it, he heard the Hokage say, Jonin Uzumaki. He turned around. The Hokage, the Jonin, and the clan heads were all saluting him. Welcome home. He took a moment to look at them all. They knew who he was, but they didn't know him. Still, they took that moment to welcome him back, not out of decorum, but because they thought he deserved it. He returned the salute. Thank you. It's good to be home. It was a good thing he had taken to the rooftops. Once he was out of the village, he knew the landscape changed almost drastically. Cars drove through the streets instead of people walking. Shuttles flew overhead. The streets looked clean, something that couldn't be claimed in the past. If he went down, he could probably feel the ambience would be happy and content. The Shinobi History Museum was right where they said it would be. He landed in the alley and walked out onto the street across the museum. That way, he could get a good look at it. At some point, it was probably considered a modern building. Now it looked like it fitted in with the city around it, spreading out across the blocks with its wings. Its wide steps allowed a lot of people to go up them, and its big front doors could bring in a good deal of them too. He crossed the street and went up the steps. His hood was up again, and he moved quickly. Once inside, he came into an open hall. The ceiling was high up in the air and vaulted. The air was filled with the noise of people walking and talking. There were 6 corridors that spread out in the hall. People went through all of them with no clear intention of where they were going. That didn't matter him. He approached the 6 standing at the hall's center. Welcome to the Shinobi History Museum, it said as soon as he got close. I am Takashi. How can I help you? He looked at the vaguely male-looking 6. I'd like a map of the museum, please. It disappeared and a map floated in the air. The hallways he saw spread out through the museum, each going to a specific time of the village's history. He found the section on the 4th Shinobi World War, and the years leading up to it. Is there any chance I can have this part of the map enlarged? He asked, pointing at the section. Of course, said Takashi's voice out of nowhere. The section grew until it fit the entirety of the screen. He saw the names of the exhibits, and where they were placed. Each hidden village had their own wing, spreading out from the main area. Then he found his own name staring back at him. It rested over a wing. I've got my own wing? Why are you so surprised? Kurama asked. That's what the professor said, right? He said that I had a section, not a whole wing. Well, you're a legend. You should have expected it. But it's not right. Where are the others? It wasn't right that he should be singled out in a museum, and the rest of the Konoha 12 be left out. Matatabi saw that he was beginning to panic. Naruto, breathe and relax. How can you say that, Matatabi? The Nibi ignored that. Just breathe. Look at the map again. They should be there. He looked again and found them. They all shared a wing close to his. They looked like they were the same size, but that was only on the map. He looked at the name and breathed in relief. They're there. Of course they're there, she told him. Where else would they be? Apparently, also in the city, Sun said. That aside, Gyuki said. Where do you plan on going first, Naruto? Shikaku spoke before he did. He should start at the beginning. Kurama glared at the tanuki. Your name isn't Naruto. Come on, Shikaku, that was rude, Komiai said. Saiken and Koko nodded in agreement. The tanuki looked at them all defiantly. He should still start at the beginning. That's where you always start when you're in a museum. How else would someone go through the place? The Rokubi rolled his eyes at that. And I assume that you've been to a lot of museums? Well, no. But where else is he going to start? Isabu spoke up. Actually, he's got a point. Shikaka glanced at him with smug look. Thank you, Isabu. It was rare that someone agreed with him on something like this. He took it to mean that he was right. He does, said Naruto. Now that was something the tanuki didn't expect. Say what now? You're right. I should start at the beginning. It made sense. Don't get too smugly happy about it, he warned Shikaku before he could start. He turned to the left and walked off. "Thank you for your time," Takashi told him. "Yeah, thanks," he said without looking back. His feet took him to the founding of Konoha. The section was impressive, he could say that much. He looked around and didn't see a bare spot on the walls. There were artifacts aplenty spread out, each coming with a story. Not only that, there were also interactive stations, spots where people could activate Viz to tell them about the artifact, maps and models of what everything looked like, and videos too. He watched how the Valley of the End was created. "What do you think, Kurama?" he asked the fox. "Is that right?" He barely took a look. "Yeah, I guess." "You guess?" Shikaku said with a scoff. Sun was puzzled. "Weren't you there?" "Unfortunately, yes. Madara did his thing and made me fight for him. I don't really remember much of the fight itself. I don't want to." And that was the end of that conversation. Once he had seen everything, especially the wings dedicated to Hashirama and Madara, he went to the next wing. It was about the First Shinobi World War. He saw a painting of the Sandaime Hokage with his teammates in armor and was surprised. "Wow, Konohamaru really took after his grandfather," he said to himself. It was like he was looking at his little brother as a grown-up. "Yeah, whatever," Saiken said dismissively. The blonde couldn't believe he heard that. "How can you say something like that, Saiken? The grandkid looks like his grandfather. You think that's surprising? It happens constantly. There's no need to get worked up about it." "That's harsh," Komi said. "Still true," said the slug. Naruto walked away from the picture and looked at a map of the time. The battle lines were clearly marked. He stared at the map for the longest moment, trying to imagine what it would have been like to have lived then. Would it have been easier than fighting his war? "Who are you kidding, Naruto?" he asked himself. "A war is difficult in any time. Anyone who says otherwise is naive or an idiot." He went through the next war. It seemed like the museum placed everything around the era of each war. It made sense, he guessed. Those wars did much to shape the village. He walked through the first and took in everything, even the picture of the Sannin facing off against Hanzo of Amekigure. He knew that story by heart, even more so when Jiraiya himself told the story. But what truly made him stop was when he found Jiraiya's headband. It was encased in glass and stood in the middle of the Sannin wing. It was exactly the same as the last time he had seen it. The metal was shiny and gleamed, not at all affected by the rust of age. That was because the man he had stolen it back from made sure to keep his artifacts clean. The two horns were still there, same as the kanji. What would Jiraiya say if he saw it was here? He wondered as he looked at the headband. Other people looked at it, but they didn't give much more than a passing glance. He felt a little insulted by proxy. He would probably wonder how much he drank for it to come off his forehead, Kurama remarked. The man practically slept in it. He did not. "Gaki, I was around the man longer than you were born. He was wearing that headband even back then. And I'm sorry if you think I'm wrong, but I'm certain that he slept in it. Hell, I would even bet that he would." "Stop right there," Naruto ordered him instantly. "We have already discussed this. We do not talk about Jiraiya's love life." He had gotten the talk from that man, who used his own experience as examples. He was traumatized for a week. "You know, I'm still amazed that Jiraiya even had a love life," remarked Gyuki. "You would have thought with the way he kept peeping on every woman he passed, he'd get rejected constantly." "Well, he wasn't. In fact, he proved to me that he was a lover of the ladies. There were many times Jiraiya got some kind of booty call and left him to attend the camp or room. He had been more exasperated than jealous by it than anything else." Thinking about his sensei made him look down at the headband's description. Jiraiya's headband. Jiraiya received this head from the Toads of Mt. Mayaboku after achieving mastery of the Toad summoning scroll as well as defending it during the Second Shinobi World War. The symbol inscribed on the front is the kanji for oil. The Toads were infamous for using oil in their jutsu, especially where it could be combined with Katon jutsu. Originally lost when Jiraiya snuck into Amegakure and fought Pain, the supposed leader of the Akatsuki, it wasn't recovered until a year later. And it was recovered by luck. While helping to fortify the borders of the lands of fire, earth, and wind around the land of rain, as it was the concern that Amegakure would join Obito, the headband was discovered by Naruto Uzumaki at the bottom of a river leading out of Amegakure. "Oh yeah, I remember that," Kurama said. "You dove right into the river without a word to anyone else. People thought you had gone crazy." I wasn't. I know that, but they didn't at the time. He remembered that day well. While checking the area with Team 8, he had seen something shine for a moment underneath the river. Anyone else would have ignored it, but he was a shinobi and curious. He told the others to hold on and walked out onto the river. He looked closer at where he had seen the shine. To his great surprise, it was Jiraiya's headband. His teammates had been surprised when they saw him suddenly dive in, but they were shocked when he came out, holding the headband in his hands. Hey, are you going to keep reading? Matatabi asked Naruto, prodding him out of his memory. There's more to read than just that. Oh, thanks. The location of the headband led to speculation of where Jiraiya's remains were. They were proven true after the war when a recovery team searched and found the remains of a skeleton upriver, just outside of Amigakure. Later testing revealed the bones were Jiraiya and he was given a burial in the village cemetery. Naruto stopped reading. Jiraiya was back in the village. He was buried here. I can go see him, he thought. I guess that's something to add to your map, Kurama remarked. There's still more to read. Even though the headband was recovered, Naruto refused to wear it. So it was placed in care of the Hokage office until it was donated to this museum. It was lost in the fire of 2143 that swept across Konoha and was presumed destroyed. However, it was revealed to be stolen and was recovered by Naruto Uzumaki, who returned it via an anonymous donation. Well, that's certainly one way to give it back, Shikaku declared as the blonde finished reading. It worked, didn't it? Isabu asked him. It did, Naruto agreed. It was the only way he could send it back without touching down on Earth. He found the next war easily enough. The first thing he saw was one of his dad's kunai resting on a shelf. It was pristine condition and he could tell right away that it was one of the originals, not a remake. He spent some time in Kakashi's wing, looking over everything they had gathered on his sensei. There was a painting at the wing's end of the day he became the Hokage. Naruto took a while to look at the painting. It was Kakashi waving to the crowds outside the Hokage building. Something's wrong, he thought to himself. Gyoki eyed him. Wrong as you're about to be attacked, or wrong as in something about the painting? He asked. The second one, the blonde replied. What is it? I don't know. I just know something's off about it. Sun rolled his eyes. Isn't that helpful? Just give me a moment, would you? He looked at the painting a little harder and closer. He looked over every detail he could see. He found what was wrong. Oh, that was it. It was what? Isabu asked him. It's Kakashi's face. I don't see anything wrong there, Kurama told him. We can't see all of it. That's normal. I'm not talking about the face itself. Look at the emotions on it. Whoever painted this forgot to make Kakashi-sensei lazy. Maybe he stopped being lazy? Koko suggested. Becoming the Hokage is something that requires someone to be serious, not lazy. You never met the man. There's always a lazy aspect to him, especially in his eye. The man he saw in the painting, he didn't have a lazy aspect. Hey, are you going to check out the Obito wing? Komi asked. His mood darkened instantly. No. Kurama sighed in agitated exasperation. And here we go again, he thought to himself. Naruto, the man is dead. Leave it at that. He's not going to leap out at you from anything in there, alright? I'm not going to that wing. He had lost enough because of Obito. He wasn't going to give the man's spirit some smug acknowledgement by going into his wing, and seeing how he transformed into the monster everyone knew him as by the end. Shikaku saw something in that anger. Hey Naruto, he said, not joking or being sarcastic. Do you know who you sound like right now? I don't care. You should. You sound like your teammate whenever the topic of Bloodhand came up. Oh damn, he's right, Saiken said, making the connection too. Komi nodded in agreement. Wow, he has you there, Naruto. You want to know something, Komi? He asked the Nanabai. What? I don't care. To prove just how little he cared, he stayed a little longer in Kakashi's wing. Once he walked, he left the Third World War quickly behind. Shikaku huffed. Now that's just rude. He's not going to budge, Kurama said. Don't bother trying to change his mind. As Naruto walked into the Fourth Shinobi World War, his feet slowed down. He stopped at the entrance, and looked at what was in front of him. It was just like the other rooms at the first look, but it was more than that. This was a room about a war he fought in. It would be different than the others. He started walking and looked at everything that was there. He took his time, much more than he had with the other sections. It had everything, from the Akatsuki kidnapping the Jinchuriki to being taken by Obito. Everywhere he looked he saw things he recognized and knew instantly. The map that was being used for the documentary was back. It was near the center of the room, where everyone could see it. But the case that held it was more than that. There was an interface on the glass that allowed people to see how much the lines changed during the war. He stayed for 10 minutes, watching the lines shift like he knew they would. There was also troop positions and strongholds marked electronically. He saw how the enemy's positions changed with the war's progression. Can you imagine what it would have been like if we had this kind of knowledge back then? He asked Kurama. We would have had a better chance at saving people. Perhaps, but there's no real point wondering about it, the fox told him bluntly. You didn't have this complete knowledge back then. He walked away from that table to another. This one had the scene of a battlefield. It wasn't just any battlefield either. It was Kumo. I never thought I would get out of that trench system alive, he thought as he stared the model. Whoever made it, they didn't stay with the surface. They also went down and showed just how extensive the trench system had been. It became claustrophobic when Obito collapsed it on them. The tunnels weren't that bright, Kurama pointed out. They weren't bright at all. Naruto agreed. The model showed the tunnels lit so people could see where they all were. That wasn't how he remembered it. He remembered it as darkness practically suffocating his senses. There were many people who became afraid of dark, tight spaces after getting out of there alive. He wandered throughout the section, going through the wings and seeing what happened to each hidden village as the war went on. He remembered some details and learned the ones that he hadn't known. For one thing, he didn't know that IWA almost suffered a revolt near the end of the war. By that time, the Land of Fire was rapidly become the front lines. Even before then they had been sending refugees to the Land of Wind and Earth. The amount of mouths to feed must have strained the countries to the limit. He went over to a map that showed the last lake before and after the fight. There was a hologram over the map that showed how it changed. Geez, Naruto said, son. Just what the hell were you throwing around then? A lot of jutsu, he replied. Some were even repetitive. Very funny, but you know what I meant. We all did, Kurama told the gorilla. The Gaki was throwing around a lot of jutsu around in that battle. And I have to take partial credit. Naruto agreed. He does. He and Kurama worked together in that fight. They had to in order to match Obito's power initially. Once he had started tearing out the Jubi's chakra though, the balance of power started shifting. He walked away from the map and into the wing of his friends. Each had their own little area and each were dominated by pictures of them when they first came out of the academy, and them at the end of the war. Looking at those pictures, he saw how they grew up and changed. It was something he didn't notice until now. He looked through everything about them and found it was all accurate. But it was all about their early lives. The more he looked, the more he didn't see anything after the war. Where's the rest of it? He asked, trying to figure it all out. Have you considered looking in the next war? Shikaku asked him, half sarcastic and half serious. The Tanuki didn't know why he hadn't thought of it. If they were doing it by each war, there was a significant time for them in the War of Three Flags. Oh, right. Good point, Shikaku. Now that he thought about it, he felt a little bit stupid. He shrugged his shoulders. It's something that you'll see when you go over there. That might be, but he was still here, and he was still looking. There were smaller pictures of them throughout the years, showing them in all different settings. There were some pictures that had more, if not all, of them in it. He stopped at Rock Lee and saw the picture of them all in a restaurant with glasses in hand and looking at ease, like the war wasn't happening. He knew that picture instantly. It had been Lee's birthday and they had gone out to celebrate. Someone had forgotten to mention that Lee shouldn't get alcohol, and he drained his glass before anyone could stop him. A night of celebration quickly turned into wrangling Lee from doing anything destructive and keeping him inside. They had failed at the latter, and it quickly became making sure he didn't destroy the village. Everybody went home with bruises, black eyes. Sasuke had been the only one to get two, and some broken bones. Lee didn't remember anything the next day. They still made him apologize. Huh, funny, Naruto thought to himself. What? Saiken asked. I actually missed that. Before, thinking about that night always made him wince and check his shoulder. Now, it made him feel nostalgic. Kurama would have thwacked him upside the head if he could. You miss being charged at by a drunkenly screaming about how unyouthful you are for not choosing between Sakura and Hinata? He asked pointedly. He lost the nostalgic feeling. When Lee got drunk, he also had an unfortunate habit of talking about what nobody was talking about, usually at a volume where the entire street could hear them. Once he had been subdued, everything got awkward. It was why everyone just left for the night after that. By the way, said Matatabi, you're stalling? Huh! Don't do that, Naruto. You know I'm right. We all know what's coming next. That's why you're dragging your feet. Matatabi's right, Komiai agreed. You're stalling. Sun nodded. You're definitely stalling. He hadn't realized that he was stalling. He wouldn't have thought anything of it, but he also knew that now they wouldn't stop nagging him about it. All right, I'm moving, he told them, turning around and walking out of the wing. It was only a few long strides to the next wing. But the fact that it was his wing made his stride short. Getting there took longer. The Biju noticed. Would you pick it up? Shikaka told him. You're getting there either way. Just give me a moment. You have had a moment ever since you walked into the museum, he said bluntly. You don't get any more moments. Move it. He growled a curse at the tanuki but picked up his pace all the same. He reached the wing's entrance and walked through it with no hesitation. It was only when he was inside that he came to a stop and looked. The first thing that he saw was the poster made during the war for propaganda. It was him standing in front of the shinobi kanji and the symbols of the 5 hidden villages. His hands were clasped in the tiger hand seal and his eyes were determined. It was supposed to be a recruitment poster. People ended up using it for getting his autograph. He was glad to see that this one wasn't. Kurama whistled. Haven't seen one of those for some time, he remarked. No shit, said Gyuki, rolling his eyes. He looked at the Hachibi. Are you still upset that they didn't make a poster of B? He was just as important to the war as Naruto. Gyuki, it wasn't that he wasn't important as me, Naruto said. They just wouldn't take any pictures when he was doing poses. Come on, he posed with his swords. His fighting style might have been deadly, but when he was standing still, it looked ridiculous. He heard a 6 talking from down the left end. Considered the last in his class, Naruto Uzumaki graduated the academy after 3 attempts. But he rose to become the greatest hero of the 4th Shinobi World War. He looked down the left. A large painting of him as a kid stared back. It was himself as a 12-year, fresh out of the academy and his headband proudly worn on his forehead. How much you want to bet that's the beginning? He asked his tenants. Look the other way and see what picture is there, Sun told him. He decided against it. If he was looking at the beginning, he didn't want to see the ending until he got there. It felt a little weird to do that since he already knew how it was all going to end, but that was life. There was no stopping life. He walked down to the picture and started there. He walked amongst the records of his life before and during academy. They actually kept records of my pranks? He was surprised when he read the reports made by the teachers. He just thought they punished him, and that was it. The more he read the reports, the more he found that even though the teachers were annoyed by his pranks, they also grudgingly admitted that they were ingenious. One teacher even went so far as to say if it wasn't for who he was, he would be a great shinobi. They also forget to mention that if you actually stayed in class, you would have gotten graduated the first time, Kurama added. Somehow, I don't think so. He walked through his life, going from the battle at the bridge, to the Chunin exams, to finding Tsunade, and going after Sasuke. He looked at the map showing their chase. The lines pointed where they ran, to the Valley of the End. They showed where each battle happened. But it seemed so trivial looking at it like this. Seeing the lines didn't show the emotions that were running beside them when they chased after Sasuke. It didn't show how it felt when Sasuke wouldn't come back. He kept walking, looking at things that were once a part of his life. They even had video recordings of him, like when he was being interviewed or when one of his friends brought a recorder when they met up. By the time he reached the other end, he had arrived at the end of the war. The picture that stood dominant at this end was a picture of him taken during the war. He was smiling in the picture, but it wasn't as big as the one down the other side. His eyes were more serious, and if someone looked carefully, they would have seen that he was standing like someone was going to attack him. Of course, Shikaka looked at the picture and saw something else. You didn't change your outfit during the entirety of the war? What do you mean? You know what I mean. Look at it. He looked at the picture again. He was standing there, in his black and orange track suit. His headband wasn't so shiny, but it was still worn on his head. What about it? You were in a war and you wore that every time? Kurama looked at him. Since when did you become the fashion police? He asked Shikaku. I am not the fashion police, the Tanuki protested. You're complaining about how he didn't wear anything else. That sounds like fashion police to me. Shikaku, I didn't have a big budget during the war, Naruto explained. What money I did get went to making sure I got food and paid the bills. Any clothes I wore had to be functional on and off the battlefield. There wasn't really any room to make for fashion statements. He actually huffed at the Jinchuriki. I am not talking about a fashion statement here. Are you sure? Yes. Then what are you talking about? Why didn't you try to have the chance to become a Chunin or a Jonin? People must have been getting promoting left and right. Why not you? He asked. Naruto couldn't help it. A snigger slipped out of his mouth. That's it. That's all you're worried about. The Tanuki actually huffed at him. It made it sound something between an annoyed uncle and a kid not getting his way. You had plenty of chances, didn't you? Yeah, I guess. You guess? Kurama intervened. He had plenty of chances to get promoted. He just never took them. Hang on, that's not fair. It's not that I didn't take them. It's more like they slipped through my fingers. Ah, yes, of course. He scowled inwardly at the fox. Your sarcasm is noted and not appreciated. You'll get over it. Or can we stay focused here? Shikaku told them both. Naruto, what do you mean when they kept slipping through your fingers? It shouldn't have been that hard to get the chance to be promoted. I had chances aplenty. It's just either something would come up, like a Beto attacking another town, or whoever was sent to watch me for evaluation got killed or seriously injured. Plus, getting promoted wasn't a high priority to me then. Winning the war was more needed. Kurama chuckled as he remembered a memory. Hey, Gaki, you remember when some other Chunin and Jonin tried to lord their rank over the Genin in the early days? He smiled to himself. Yeah, I do. It was kinda amusing to watch. They thought because he was a Genin, he should follow their orders. They had been freshly promoted and were reveling in the supposed authority it gave them. They were also shinobi from other villages who didn't really know him. They tried to order him to do menial things, but he always called off, saying that he had something that needed to be done. It worked the first couple of times, but then they started getting mad, feeling like he wasn't respecting them for their authority. The last time he refused, his teammates got involved and things almost escalated into a fight. It was only when Tsunade and Gaara broke up the fight that things were set straight. They stopped trying to lord their rank over him after that. He had seen all he wanted to see, and so he turned to walk out of the wing. He stopped at the entrance and looked at everything. Well, what do you think? Isaba asked him. Did they do a good job? They did, he admitted. He turned his head one more time around the place. He knew it wasn't there, but not seeing it the second time was saddening. Matatabi saw his sadness. What is it, Naruto? I was hoping that my headband would be here. It had been knocked off during the fight with Obito. He didn't know where it had landed and didn't think anything of it until it was done, and he had to be sealed away. He held a small hope that it would have been found, and he could get it back. There was no snark or sarcasm from his tenants. They all knew, Kurama especially, how much that headband meant to Naruto. It was the manifestation of his dream and goal to become Hokage. It had been one of his most treasured keepsakes. If there had been one thing he would have gladly taken to the future, it would have been that headband. He felt eyes on him. They weren't insidious or intent to kill. They felt like they were curious but also awed. He looked down and saw a little kid, a boy no more than 8 years old, standing in front of the poster. His eyes were trying to look at the poster and at him at the same time, trying to figure out if he was seeing who he thought he was seeing. Isn't that cute, Saiken said. He's trying to figure it out. Should we leave him be? Son wondered. Komiai shook his head. Don't be cruel, son. Kurama looked to his Jinchuriki. What are you going to do, Naruto? I'm going to oblige him. He looked right at the kid and nodded just enough for him to see it. The kid's eyes widened with realization. Naruto placed his finger to his lips. SSH, he told the boy. He nodded and Naruto walked out of his wing. That poor boy is going to lose his mind keeping this a secret, Isaba predicted. Shikaku shook his head at that. I don't think so. I'd be willing to bet money that he'll start telling everyone he knows once he's back home. You don't have any money, Naruto reminded him. Are you ever going to give that up? No. So, said Kurama, where to next? The next war, Naruto answered, his feet already going for the exit. He spent the longest time in the War of Three Flags, soaking up all the details about it. It was something that was as distasteful as it was saddening. Here, what he had felt was opposite of what he felt about going after Sasuke. He had seen what Sakura had done in Midgard through her memories, but he never saw the scope of it all. When he looked at the digital map that showed how far the invasion force went into Midgard, he understood. He walked through the section, reading everything once and then twice, just so he could fully understand what it was he was reading. By the time he was done and stepped outside, the sun had already sunk into late afternoon. The play he was supposed to attend was going to be soon. He went back to the hotel Ramos had prepaid for him. It was in the Konohamaru sector and apparently was one of the finest on earth. They had put him up in the penthouse, so he could have privacy. He showered and dressed in the tuxedo left out for him. He stood in front of the mirror as he put on the jacket, buttoning up the front. He made small adjustments, moving his shoulders for a better feel, and pulling the bottom to make sure that it was the right fit. Once he was done, he looked himself over in the mirror. Well, he asked, how do I look? Same as ever, ugly, Shikaku told him. He frowned at the tanuki. Funny, Shikaku. But seriously, how do I look? Kurama said, here's what you do. Go out and look for women. If they notice you, you're onto something. If they start eyeing you like you're a piece of prime meat and they're hungry, it's working. The shinobi had to stop and think about that one for a moment. It sounded like a plausible idea, but it was also one that might have unintentional consequences. So you're saying it's good? I said go outside and look for women. What they do determines if it's good or not. Kurama, don't tease him, Isabu told off the fox. You look good, Naruto. Thanks, Isabu. There was a loud knock on the penthouse door. Yes? He called out as he walked over. Sir, said a woman's voice, it's time to leave for the play. Thank you. I was just finishing getting ready. He opened the door and looked at the woman standing there. She wore the uniform of the hotel staff, black pants fitted to her along with a green shirt underneath a black vest. She wore her hair back in a professional ponytail. But as soon as he opened the door and stepped out to look at her, he saw the flash of desire run through her eyes. Bullseye, Kurama declared as he watched her look his Jinchuriki up and down. He ignored the fox. It's horrible, isn't it? He asked. She snapped of her gazing and looked at him. Sir? She asked, not quite sure what he was talking about. She saw nothing horrible here. The suit. I look terrible in it, don't I? No, sir, she told him. I'd say that it doesn't look terrible on you at all. Ah, you're just saying that. No, sir, I am not. In fact, she was appreciating the fine specimen of man in that suit. Its color was a dark black with the jacket's edges and wrists colored a burning orange. It was tailored to him, allowing it to show off his shoulders and his lean, muscled body. His hair looked it had been cut in the past few weeks, and so they spiked generously on his head. With the whiskers on his face, it gave him an air of constrained wildness. And with those eyes being as blue as they were, it made the complete package. What sealed the deal for her was the fact that he didn't shove his hotness in her eyes. He made light of his looks, joking that it was bad. He was willing to make fun of himself, and it wasn't forced. Dear Cammy, this is a man, she thought to herself. She knew it wasn't likely to happen, but she would love to have this man take her back into that room and take that suit off. Kurama saw the naughty things going through the woman's mind via her eyes. She's thinking of things to do you, he told his Jinchuriki. I'd say the suit works. He ignored that first part. So, is the car waiting out front? He asked the woman. The question shook her out of her little stupor. She reacted professionally and said, Yes, my lord. Your friend is already waiting downstairs in the lobby. Anyone else down there? He asked, like reporters. The news that he had come back to Konoha broke while he had been in the museum. As soon as he had heard people talking about him on the streets, he got back to the hotel without being seen. She shook her head. No, my lord, she told him. But I can't say the same about the theater. He figured that would be the case. So he shrugged. Well, we can't stop everything, can we? She laughed. It made him smile. His hands reached for the inside pocket. How much? he asked. She was puzzled by his question. Is he asking how much it would take me to come? On the one hand, she was disgusted. But on the other, she was a little flattered by the fact he was asking her. But she still could be wrong about his intentions. She had to be sure. Sir? How much do I tip you? He told her, pulling out the money clip that was in the inside pocket. I'm not sure if I should tip you more because of how good the hotel is or not. Oh. Suddenly she felt rather bad for thinking that he was offering money for sex. Sir, you don't need to tip me. You sure? He asked. She nodded, doing her best not to look him in the eyes. Really, she should have been tipped off by his eyes. They wouldn't have looked so innocent if he wanted her. You only need to tip the housekeeping when they've come to clean your room. He already did that when he came back. The maid had finished readying the room for him as he walked in, and he gave her what he thought was a good tip. The way she had smiled as she held the money showed him that she agreed with his thought. But if he didn't have to tip the staff, he couldn't insist. That would have been rude, and rudeness had gotten him and Jiraiya kicked out of hotels when they were training. All right then, he said, putting away the clip. Thank you for letting me know. It's no trouble, my lord, she replied professionally. She stepped out of the way. Enjoy your night out. Thanks, I'll try. He walked past for the elevator. It was a short walk from the penthouse door to the elevator. Still, she took that time to look at his ass moving. Can he help me? That is a fine ass, she thought to herself. Someone could probably bounce a coin off those cheeks. She's checking you out, Komi, I told Naruto. I know, he replied, keeping his eyes on the elevator. You should look back at her. Let's not do that. Saiken was disappointed. You're no fun. About this? He asked. You bet I am? If he looked back at her, it would mean he was making some small promise to her. He didn't know what that promise would be, and he didn't know if he would be able to keep it. He might not see Kaguya all the time, but he was a father. That meant something to him. He was immensely glad when the elevator doors opened. He stepped in and pressed the button for the lobby. The doors closed quickly and he felt the gravity shift, pulling him down by the legs. A few seconds later, he was down in the lobby. Talk about fast, Isaba said. Yeah, agreed Shikaku. That was faster than the Citadel elevators. I think we can all agree that there was nothing slower than the Citadel elevators, Naruto declared. They couldn't argue with that. Weren't they making repairs to that? Sun asked. Hell if I know. I'm not on the thing. He stepped out into the lobby and Matt came rushing up to him. In that moment, he looked more like a kid in his dad's clothes than an actual college student. Lord Naruto, he said with excited gasps. Easy there, Matt, he told him. You look like you ran a marathon from the front doors. This kid needs to work out some more, Gyurki declared. Kurama scoffed. He needs to work out, period. Naruto ignored them like he usually did. Let's get to the car, huh? He suggested to Matt. Yeah, let's, he agreed. The car in question turned out to be a limo, and quite a nice one when the blonde saw the insides of it. Now I'm really afraid that there'll be reporters at the theater, he thought to himself as he settled into the seat. Suck it up, Shikaku told him. And try not to punch any of them. Or better yet, added Saiken, throw the kid to the reporters. He would soak up all the attention like a puppy getting love. That's what he did in the end. When the limo rolled up to the theater, the first thing he saw was the camera flashes outside the windows. He looked a little harder and saw the way to the entrance filled with reporters talking to people going to see the play. He let Matt get out first, and when he saw the reporters coming their way, he gave the kid a little nudge their way. They descended upon him like vultures and he took that moment to use his training. One moment he was there, the next he was inside waiting in sight of the door. He would have gone further in, but the tickets were in Matt's name. When the kid got inside, he wasn't angry about being thrown to the reporters like that. He actually thanked Naruto for it. They went to go their tickets and were caught by a pleasant surprise. Their seats had been down in the front, close to the stage. But once the manager of the theater about Naruto coming, he had them switch to a box seat right away. The shinobi thought it was a bit much, the college student didn't care. They were alone in their box. Naruto took a moment to look at the theater itself before the play started. It was a big place that looked grand. The designs were simple but also ornate. They were everywhere, from his box to the seats down below. He looked up at the ceiling and saw paintings stretching across in one gigantic picture. The first thought he had was someone had to have been paid big for a job like this. My lord, what are you doing? Asked Matt. He was sitting in his chair, waiting for the play to start. Looking around, he answered, still doing it. Why? He sighed. It's perfectly obvious what I'm. He stopped himself when he realized what he was about to say. Right, he's not a shinobi. Nice catch, Kurama told him. So explain it to him. Just checking out the vantage points, places of ambush, and means of escape, he explained to the kid. Once he was done, he leaned back into his seat. Why? Old habits, he said shortly. Are they old if you're still using them? Saiken wondered. He was spared from that question due to the lights lowering. The sound of the people in their seats dwindled into silence. The lights shined upon the stage, and he watched as the play began. He quickly found himself enraptured by the whole thing, the sets, the actors, their lines, all of it. It all came together with such a perfection he didn't was possible. But it was. He watched the ending of the war play out on stage. When he saw B get taken away by Obito, a sob wretched out of his throat, and he found himself preparing to leap down to save his friend. Fortunately, Gyuki was there to stop him. Naruto, it's a play, the Hachibi told him insistently. That's not really B. He's fine. He doesn't need to be saved. He stopped himself from leaping and kept himself in his seat. You're right, you're right. He breathed in deep to keep control of himself. Geez, this play is good if they were able to make me do that. You can say that again. As Act V began, Matt started getting excited. The further the act went, the more he got excited. Naruto was surprised that he didn't start leaping out of his seat. You want to relax there, Matt? He asked the kid quietly, watching the scene being played out. It's coming after this one, the kid said, excitement coating his voice like sugar. I know. I looked through the play. He knew exactly where they were now. It's coming. The shinobi looked at the student with exasperation. You already said that, Matt. Now would you calm down and just watch the play? This is stuff I've never seen before. They were at the scene where the others were discussing where he had gone and what they were going to do about it. Kurama watched the same scene but felt something different about it. Here's some of that embellishment they were talking about, he declared. They would have talked less about finding you and done more to actually look for you. Also, there would have been a lot more swearing. He couldn't argue with that last part. They had all gotten rather filthy with words by the end of the war. Considering everything he had been through since being woken up, he was a little amazed he hadn't unleashed a rant that would have made a Krogan blush. Dear Cammy, I hope that doesn't happen. No one in this day and age deserves that kind of chewing out. The lights darkened as the scene ended. Here it comes, said a giddy Matt. He eyed Matt, thinking about telling him to calm down again. But it wouldn't have done anything, so there was no point. He settled for watching the stage. The lights started to come back on. Here we go, he thought to himself. What he saw looked idyllic. The backdrop was painted in such a way he would have thought it was real. There wasn't a hologram for the river. They made its current flow with lights moving in a continuous stream. The fire was real, but it was controlled and contained. The play Naruto sat in front of the fire with his dinner in hand. He pretended to eat the fish prop and looked at the river. What would life be like if it was just a fish in the water, I wonder? He said. Would all we know be the pull of the river, following it with a single-minded purpose? Would we try to fight that pull, to swim in a different direction, perhaps even swim back the way we came? Some would say that at the river's end is destiny, and there is nothing we can do to avoid its jaws. I would say no, we make our own fate. But could I make that same claim if I could see the river as a fish instead of me? What is this? It would appear that you're talking about fish, Kurama said with a straight face. I can see that, furball. Why am I talking about fish? I don't think you're talking just about fish, Isaba said. You might be talking about fate and whether it's futile to resist or not. He turned his attention to the turtle and said with the most obvious deadpan, I gathered that much. But why am I talking about fish in the first place? Well, were you talking about fish when it actually happened? No. Why would he have started talking about fish when he was hungry? He would have eaten the fish. Then there's one person you need to talk to. That he did. He looked at Matt and raised a questioning eyebrow. The kid didn't take long to admit his guilt. I made some small embellishments, he confessed. Fish? The shinobi asked. I thought it was appropriate. He sighed. Are there any other embellishments I need to worry about? No obvious ones. That didn't make him comfortable. There was nothing he could do about it now. The lights darkened until only the fire remained lit. Naruto, said a deep voice from that darkness. I would seek counsel with you. Will you hear me? Speak, Kyuubi, said Play Naruto. The lights came back on. There was a fox the size of a full-grown man lying on the ground across the fire. It glowed with the fire's light and its own. Naruto wondered how they managed to get that to happen. But he also saw that the fox was a puppet, since there was a man kneeling behind it, holding it by handles. Are you prepared for the battle that comes with the morning sun? Asked the puppet, or rather, asked the man working the puppet. Play Naruto put the fish down beside him. I am ready for what comes. Are you? I am. I did not hide away to complete my work to not be ready. The fox puppet shifted on stage. If Naruto wasn't looking to see how the puppet was operated, he would have missed it. Obito waits for you. That is if he is here. Perhaps he has desired to mock me by being somewhere else. It is a plan that he has used as often as the sun follows the moon. The tails lashed out slowly as the puppet looked across the fire. Do you believe he will hide like a foul worm in a tunnel? No, he will not. His hatred for you and what you stand for spurs him on. You go to him now, and he thinks himself better. You will find him waiting, eager to kill you and show your corpse to the world and proclaim, I have slayed your hope. Kurama saw the other Biju looking at him. What? He said to them. What are you looking at me for? We're just trying to remember if you were that long-winded, Shikaka said. I wasn't. I don't know, Matatabi remarked. There was that time before the hidden villages were made. You were a little bit chatty back then. Sun shook his head. There's a difference between being chatty and being long-winded. Right, forgot about that. The fox glared at them. I am not long-winded and I don't remember being chatty. Saiken looked horrified. Kurama, don't tell me you're becoming senile? What? No. You know, maybe it was all his years dealing with the Uzumakis, Shikaka suggested. Maybe they were the ones who made him stop being so talky. Speaking of talky, do you guys mind? Naruto asked them all. I'm trying to watch the play here. They quieted down at that. They wanted to watch the play too. You have the right of it, Play Naruto conceded, staring into the fire. There was a pause second between the two of them. The fox puppet lifted its head. Still you think your plan is good? His actor asked. 'Tis not the matter of if the plan is good. The truth is hard and simple, it is the only plan I have. I have seen too many mountains of dead, all who have died for me and for our villages. I will allow it no more, not if Kami above has given me the chance to end it. You took your plan to the 5 Kages, they who lead the shinobi. As one they refused it. They have no wish to see you dead. What of you? Do you wish to see me die? The tails flared out dramatically at the question. Cast such stupidity from your mouth and mind, boy, the puppet fox said with an angry voice. You have long since known that I must follow you to the Shinigami if you go to him. Clean out your ears and listen more closely, fox. That issue is moot. If I fell in battle tomorrow against Obito, would you miss me? Man, this is eerie, isn't it? Naruto asked Kurama. The fox nodded. It's a little eerie. If they were speaking normally, they would have been saying the same things we said. That was how close the lines sounded to what was said. Considering you told the story to Matt, and he recorded it all, are you really that surprised? The puppet curled its tail lashing and closed its eyes, looking as if it was asleep. When it opened them again, its actor spoke with less danger in his voice. You have caused me grief, Naruto, in more than your stubbornness and what all hold to be true. But I can gladly say I am proud to be your friend. To call a person friend is something that I have not done in long years, long before the first shadow of flame bounded me into his wife. So yes, if you pass I would mourn you. Play Naruto smiled. I thank you for that honesty, Kyuubi. He made a show of looking around the stage, like he was taking in the woods. I hold this place dear in my heart. These woods are the same as all other woods that we have traversed. I see no reason you should this one dear before others. I do not speak of the woods. I speak of all of it. The woods, the rivers, the plains, the mountains, the countries, everything about this land we live in. I hold it all dear. He fed the fire another log and stared at it. I have no wish to see it gone, not if I have the chance to prevent it. If I must surrender myself to what comes next for that to be truth, I will. Your plan for tomorrow already tells me as much. I must seal my being. Only then would the world be safe from the Jubi. And in the end I take comfort in that once I hold myself in victory, I'll return. The question of that haunts you. Do you know how long you will orbit this world like a second moon? 5 years? 10? 50? 100? Do you know how long you will be locked in that cold silence? All that you have known could be dead and gone when you descend. Naruto saw tears form in his stage part's eyes. He was doing his part well. He wiped them away and said, Fox, the truth of that knowledge haunts me. I can only pray to Kami that my friends will be there to greet me when I awake. There is nothing I can say that will change your mind? He shook his head. No, nothing can be said. I must face Obito. This must end. The puppet stared at the fire. Then go and end it, the actor declared. The lights dimmed to darkness. When they brightened up, the fox puppet was gone. Play Naruto stared at the fire for a moment longer before he looked to the audience. He speaks as if I go to another battle. But he knows as much as I that this will be no other battle. Like Hashirama battling Madara, this will be a battle that will redefine the shinobi world, and the land will bear the scars of that redefinition. And even though we will scar the earth, there will be the chance that I will lose. But I cannot think of such things. To do so would invite destruction to my side before the battle has even begun. I must win the fight on the morrow. Not for me, but for my friends, for the innocents, for the chance for this war to end and peace begin. The act ended and Naruto leaned back in his chair. Miles was looking at him expectantly, but he was busy conferring. Well? I liked it, son said. Good to know, son, but I wasn't talking to you. Then who were you talking to? Kurama rolled his eyes. Take a guess, you ape. He scowled. Shove off, Kurama. I thought he was talking to everyone. Naruto stepped in. I wasn't. He turned his attention to Kurama. Well? He said again. The fox considered what he had seen just now. I approve, he declared. It kept close to what happened that night. If they spoke normally, I would have bet that they would have used the same words that we did. What about the puppet? What about it? Come on, Fox, he said, you were portrayed by a puppet? And it was a good puppet. What else do you want me to say? I wanted you to say that. Was it really that hard to say a compliment? Whatever, now go pay Matt the compliment he wants. Look at him. He looks like he's about to wet himself from excitement. We're comparing Matt to a dog, Shikaku remarked. Isaba looked at the tanuki. You're just realizing this? No, I just thought it had to be voiced before we all start seeing him with dog ears and a tail. That image came to Naruto's mind. He blanched and tried to get it out. Thanks for that, he told the Ichibi. The smug bastard just grinned back. He looked over at Matt. The kid was practically wiggling in his seat. Well? He asked. Naruto said it was good. He waited for more. There's nothing else. That's it? Yes, for the scene. He saw how disappointment in the kid's eyes. He wanted to hear more about the new scene. Let me see the rest of the play, Matt. Okay. He watched the rest of the play. They didn't show the battle between him and Obito. He considered that a good thing. No play would be able to accurately show the fight between them, not without probably destroying the stage, at the very least. Anything less wouldn't have worked. They did show his friends finding him, and then sealing him away. The last scene was them returning to Konoha. While the village celebrated, they were mournful. But even then, they were resolute. They promised each other that they would uphold what he had sacrificed himself for, the peace. They also swore to never forget him. The play ended when Sakura said that they should go to the celebrations. Our friend and companion would not want us to mourn his loss so long, the actress playing her said. He would want us to celebrate that the war is over. I would, Naruto agreed. Gyuki eyed him. You're not just saying that because the play got to you, right? No, I really wouldn't want to mourn me for so long. The war was over. They should have celebrated that fact. And it looks like they did, remarked Komiai. As the lights brightened and the actors came onto the stage, Naruto stood up. All eyes fell on him. Think the secret's out? Perhaps, said Komiai, or it's because you're the only one standing up right now. Either way, they were looking at him. He raised his hands and began clapping. The rest of the hall followed with enthusiasm. The actors bowed and took in all the applause. They were pleased. They should be. They did a great job preforming the play. When people left, Matt and Naruto went backstage. Matt went forward to meet the cast. He tried to bring Naruto along but he passed. There were only 2 people he wanted to meet. Matt could meet with everyone else. While the kid was talking to everyone, the shinobi kept to the door and looked at the backstage. The first thought he had of the place was that it was cramped. The hallway was filled with doors that had people going in and out as they came in. It had been a confusing chaos mess, especially when the hallways could barely hold 3 people shoulder to shoulder. But now that they were all in what was called the green room, whatever that was supposed to mean, probably a theater term, the hallway looked a lot bigger. He looked at the door where everyone had walked into. "They're in there for a while now," he remarked. "He must be talking to all of them," said Isabu. "Or they're all talking to him," added Matatabi. The door opened. "Ooh, something's happening," Saiken said, watching everything. "I wonder what it is." "Wait a moment and find out," Komiai told him. People started leaving the green room. This time, there was no confusion or chaos to their movements. That was because they were all going in the same direction, in the other direction. They were probably heading out to enjoy the night. Naruto wondered where they would go. Would they split up or would they go to the same place and celebrate amongst themselves? Matt poked his head outside the green room when they were all gone. "Commander," he called. Naruto pushed away from the wall. "Yes? It's your turn." "Thank you, Matt." He followed him inside. The green room wasn't green. He felt a little disappointed by that. Nevertheless, it was big enough to hold the cast. It would have been tight, but it could happen. There were a few couches spread around for people who wanted to sit. There was a mirror at the end, he didn't know why. Matt was standing beside 2 men. Naruto recognized the man playing him without the makeup. "Commander, this is Haru Tanaka, he played you," Matt introduced the man. He looked to the other man. "And this is Fergus MacDonald." He manned the puppet. "It's an honor to meet you, my lord," said Haru, bowing his dyed yellow head. "I didn't think that I would have the opportunity to meet you." "The same, my lord," Fergus said, bowing too. Now that he wasn't speaking in a deep voice, the accent marking him as a Fianna clansman was out in full force. Naruto told them right away, "Come on, guys, there's no need to bow your heads." They raised their heads. He went over to Haru first. He held out his hand. The actor looked at it a little hesitantly before shaking it. "You did a great job out there," Naruto told him. "If it wasn't for the fancy talking, you would have sounded just like me." He smiled at that. "Thank you, my lord." It was the first time I had ever done that scene before an audience. I admit we were all skeptical about it when we first got the revised script. But now, it fits in with the rest of the play so well I can't imagine it without that scene. "I'm glad you think that way." He glanced over at Matt. "Although the part with the fish still throws me," he added. Haru looked at the kid knowingly. "I take you didn't ponder the meaning of life through the fish that night?" he asked. "I ate the fish. I didn't bother asking it questions." Matt looked like he could die right there. "I thought it would make a good point about what to come next," he said, his voice trying to protest but not being able to. "Relax, Matt. I'm not going to hold it against you." He went over to the next actor and held out his hand. Fergus took the hand and shook it. "Lord Naruto, I have to ask." He sounded a little nervous. "What did you think about the puppet? It's the first time the play ever had one of the Biju played." "We noticed," said a grumpy Gyuki. Kurama eyed him. "Get over it." "I think the puppet was a good idea," Naruto told him. "But it's not me you have to concern yourself with." That didn't sound good. "It's not?" "No. You have to be concerned with a certain furball tenant of mine." He kept his smile to himself, as he watched the man's eyes widened in realization. This was just too much fun for him. "Naruto, don't tease him," Matatabi admonished him. Fergus wasn't quite sure what he should say, but he knew he had to say something. "And what does, He couldn't believe he was about to use this word to describe what was inside the blonde, but he was left with no other word. "What does your tenant think of what I did?" Naruto leaned in close, like he was about to deliver a secret. The actor was practically sweating buckets. "He approves." He breathed out all the air he had been holding in relief. "Really?" he asked, wanting to be sure he heard right. "Really," Naruto said with a nod. "He liked what you did. Thank the saints for that." He looked to Haru. "Now I'm really glad that the puppet option was chosen." "I hear that," his friend agreed. Naruto heard it too. There were options? He asked. He glanced at Matt, looking for an answer. The replied instantly. I didn't give them any way to show the QB. I left that up to them. Believe you me, there were a few options being thrown around, said Haru. One was having me act like I had a split personality, and talk to myself during the scene. The shinobi tried seeing that but couldn't. I don't think that would have worked. That's what the director said the first time we did the scene like that. Another option would have been to use a lot of smoke and have the QB be portrayed as a glowing orb or just eyes, Fergus told him. Then how would the lines have been spoken? Offstage. Haru said we tried it a couple of times but no matter what we tried, it just didn't work. The producer suggested that if we couldn't have made anything work, we should just stick a guy in a fursuit and make him play the QB. Needless to say, as soon as he heard that, Kurama was outraged. What? He roared. They were going to portray me with an actual human? That's what he said, Naruto said. And could you not shout so loud? I have ears, you know. He ignored that last bit because he was too busy still being mad about the suggestion. That is insulting. How dare they try to reduce me to a mere human? Do they think I would be so pathetic as to actually let that happen? You're sealed inside a human right now, Gyuki reminded him. He threw a dirty look at the Hachibi. Completely different subject, he said. Not from where I'm standing. I'm sealed inside a human. I am not reduced to being a human. Can you see the difference there? There's no need to snippy, Kurama, Naruto told him. Remember that they didn't go through with the idea. It's still offensive to me. I gathered that. He looked at the actors with a serious eye. It's probably a good thing you didn't go with the human idea, he told them. Fergus understood right away. The tenant wouldn't have liked it? No, he wouldn't have. I think it has something to do with his pride and how fluffy he is. Fluffy! Roared the aforementioned fox. Hey, you're going to complain, I'm going to translate it my way, he said with no fear. The two actors tried to hold in their sniggers. They did okay, but a squeak did come out. Fluffy? Fergus repeated. Don't quote me on that, he said. He allowed them their moment before continuing. Anyway, thank you again for doing such a good job in the play. Why don't I take you out for dinner? My treat, he offered. The other three people in the room shared looks with another. Lord Naruto? Said Matt. Do you have the money for that? Of course I have the money, Matt. That was something he checked when he first came to Earth. The account he had as a Spectre was still active. It told him that he was still considered a Spectre, or that the people in charge of handling council finance were lazy. He was willing to bet more on the former than the latter. Oh, okay. Haru was never one to look a gift horse in the mouth. So, where are we going? Just a little place that I know, Naruto said. He stood outside the restaurant, and his eyes traveled upwards, taking it all in. Okay, this is different, he said. It's been 2,000 years, Naruto, Gyuki told him. What the hell did you expect? I'm surprised the place is still standing, Kurama remarked. He had hoped the place would have been gone by the time they returned to Earth. Now as he looked at the place, he knew he was just kidding himself. There was no way this place was going anywhere, not while Naruto Uzumaki was still alive and conscious. Haru looked back at the shinobi. My lord, you should have told us that we would be going to Ichiraku, he said. That's where everyone else went too. Naruto broke his gaze from the building. Sorry, I was expecting something much different than this. He had been expecting a one-story building that was simply a ramen shop, not what looked like a three-story building with loud music pounding out from the upper floors. Is this still a place that serves ramen? All three of them stared at him like he had lost his mind. Of course, they serve ramen, said Fergus. It's Ichiraku ramen. I was expecting something much more different, he repeated. It's changed. What happened to it? It's not just a ramen shop anymore, Haru explained. It's also a club, a bar, and a restaurant too. I heard that there are rooms in the club that only cool people can get into, Matt said, staring up at the place with wide-eyed wonder. The cooler you are, the further you can go in. That's true, Fergus told him. But there's one room that no one has been able to get into, the coolest room of them all. He kept his eyes on the ground level, seeing the long line of people wanting to get in. He looked at his friend. Good thing we got passes ahead of time, huh, Haru? Very true, Fergus, Haru agreed. We'll be able to get in easily. Matt saw the same line they did. It was a line that seemed to stretch along the building and then around the corner. He wasn't surprised by that. Ichiraku was known as one of the best nightclubs in Konoha. The club was on the bottom floor while the restaurant and bar were on the second and third respectively. It was a place that catered to all kinds of people, from those who wanted to have a good time to those who wanted a good place to drink. But he still saw the line. "How are we going to get in?" he asked. "That line is huge." "Don't worry," Haru told him. "I'm sure that if we talk fast, we'll be able to get you guys in." "Are you sure?" The bouncer at the front looked like he knew what he would be doing. "It's all about confidence, kid. Just make sure you walk with it and talk with it. Come on." He and Fergus swaggered up to the front door, ignoring all the protests coming from the line. Naruto and Matt shared a single look before they followed. "Hello there," Fergus said to the bouncer, a big man who clearly knew what to do with his muscles. "How are you this fine evening?" The bouncer checked his sheet. "Name?" he asked shortly. "It would be Haru Tanaka and Fergus McDonald," Haru told him. "We're with the cast of 4th Shinobi War." He checked the names on the list. They were there, all right. They were the last two. He glanced over at the other two. "Who are they?" "They're with us." "Names?" he asked. The actors looked to them both. This was their moment to speak. "It's Matt," said the kid. The bouncer looked at the blonde. "And you?" "Naruto," he said. He was skeptical. "As in Naruto Uzumaki?" he asked. "Yeah, right?" "He doesn't believe you," Isabu remarked. "I noticed." "What are you going to do?" He was going to do absolutely nothing. He just waited, staring at the bouncer. The bouncer tried to keep his impassive look and maintain eye contact. But the look of a bouncer was nothing against a shinobi's look. His skeptical look slowly turned doubtful, then unsure, before finally becoming worried. "He serious?" he asked Haru. "He just came from our play where I played him," the actor replied. "He said he liked my performance, and that I was exactly like him." "So it is him?" "Yes. He is standing right here," Naruto said pointedly. That was all he said. Oh crap. The bouncer went for his Omni tool. The orange glow illuminated the night ambience around them. "Boss, you'd better get down here." "What's going on?" Komi wondered. "I don't know," Naruto said. But he was willing to wait to find out. Commander," Matt whispered, "people are looking." "And?" he asked. The kid didn't say anything in reply. Another man came out of the door. He was shorter than the bouncer, but only by a few inches. They conversed for a quick minute, and then he approached the shinobi. "You are who you say you are?" he asked. Shikaku was amazed and amused. Either the guy couldn't say his name because he was too star-struck, or he was afraid of causing some form of stampede. "You should have fun with this, Naruto." It was tempting, but he was going to avoid the chance. "I am." The bouncer and his boss exchanged another look. "Are they with you?" the boss asked. Fergus opened his mouth, but Naruto said, "They're with me." "And your business here?" he asked. "Anyone else feel like something odd is going on here?" Isabu asked. Sun nodded. "Yeah, you're right. Something is happening," Koko agreed. "The question is what?" wondered Matatabi. Komi had a novel idea. "How's about we wait and find out?" the Kabutomushi suggested dryly. Naruto agreed with that sentiment. "I came to treat them to dinner," he told the boss, gesturing to the other three. "But if you wish us to go somewhere else, we will." "No," he said quickly, almost too quickly. The people watching were surprised. Clearly, they didn't expect such an outburst from the man. "No," he said much more calmly. "Please, Lord Naruto, if you and your friends will follow me." He turned around and walked back inside. The bouncer stepped out of the way, clearly letting them go through. They followed the man inside. The lobby was simple in design. The three main things that drew the eyes were the elevators off to the right, the staircase on the left, and the door on the opposite end of the room. "Which way are we going?" Naruto asked. "The elevator?" Fergus shook his head. "That'll take us to the restaurant." "What about the stairs?" "The bar," he answered. "Besides, the man is going for the door." "Guess that means we're going to the club," Haru said. He looked over at Matt. "Hey kid, you're legally able to drink, right?" He nodded. "I am." They followed the bouncer's boss, who was probably a manager given how he was wearing something of business uniform. He walked to the door and opened it. "Guess we're going to the club," Naruto thought as they followed him through the door. He could already hear the music pounding through the walls. They emerged on a catwalk above the club. Naruto wasn't sure where the music was coming from, but the people below didn't care. They were dancing to the beat like it was the end of the world. If he hadn't been to Omega, he wouldn't have called what he was listening to music. It would have just been a pounding of noises. Matt was at the rail, staring at everything with wide eyes. "Whoa, are we going down there?" he asked, shouting over the music. He glanced over at the spiraling staircase that led to the floor. "No, sir," the manager said. "This way, please." He walked down the catwalk. They followed him to a door on the other side of the room. The noise quieted down as they went through and found themselves in a lounge. People sat in various couches and love seats, talking to themselves. There weren't as many as the people out on the floor. Tables were scattered throughout the room, filled with drinks and shot glasses. The manager didn't stop. He walked to another door at the other side. "Another door?" said Saiken. "Looks like it," Matatabi said. "How much you want to bet we're going to go into another room that has fewer people in there?" Shikaku wondered. Naruto was quick to reply. "No bet." He was glad that he had. Shikaku had been right. There was another room beyond the room. The noise from the club quieted further, and there were fewer people in this room. And yet, the manager didn't stop walking. He went to the door on the other end. "Just where are you going?" Gyuki asked. "I don't know." "So you're just going to follow this man?" "He knows what he's doing." The other three didn't know what they were going. Any one of them could have stopped and go back. But their curiosity kept their feet moving. With each room they went through, the noise from the club lowered until they couldn't hear it anymore. There were less and less people in each room they passed. Finally, they ran out of rooms and ended up in a long dark corridor. "Where are we?" Matt wondered. "Hell if I know," Fergus told him. "Excuse me," Haru said to the manager. "Do you mind telling us where we are going here?" "Just follow me, sir," he replied. They walked down the corridor to another door. There was nothing special about this door. If they hadn't walked through all those rooms, this door would have looked like any door on the street. But as soon as Matt saw it, he got excited. Oh, I think I know what this." "You do?" Haru asked him. "Yeah, this is the room that no one has entered. The room where the absolute coolest can be." He looked at Naruto. "We're going there because of you." "Don't get your hopes just yet, Matt," he said. "We don't know where this door leads to. For all we know, we could be going to our executions." "What? You had to bring that up?" Kurama asked him. "This place just reminds me of that house in the Land of Lightning," he said back. "You know what I'm talking about, the murder house. The corridor they were in was a lot like the ones in the murder house." Gyuki shuddered at that thought. "Kami, I remember that place." "You've got a point, Naruto." Kurama looked at them both, a worried gleam in his eyes. "Hey, we agreed to never speak of that place again. It had been so freaky that it made him nervous. We're not going to break that now." "Sirs," the manager said, holding the door open. What lay beyond looked like a part of a restaurant. In fact, it almost looked familiar. "If you would proceed, we can get you accommodated." Naruto strode forward, refusing to let the murder house take hold in his head. He walked through the door, stepping into a warmly lit room. He came to a complete stop, his eyes wide with shock and joy. "It's here," he said as the others came in behind him. "It's still here." He was standing in Ichiraku ramen, the Ichiraku ramen he knew. It was all how he remembered it. The bar was there, along with the stools. There was no other place to sit. He just knew that if he sat down at the bar, he would be able to see the kitchen at the back. It was all familiar to him, and he was glad for it. There was a man standing behind the counter, dressed in chef's clothes. He bowed his head low. "Lord Naruto, my name is Han," he introduced himself. "My ancestors served you here, in this shop. It would be my honor to serve you." His words were effective on Naruto. "This isn't a replica?" he asked. "No, my lord," he answered. "This is the original Ichiraku ramen. Everything has been built around it." Hearing was gladdening to his ears. All he had to do was look around and know that Tucci and Ayam would have been proud of what they saw. "Are you going to just stand there?" the fox asked him. "No," he replied. He walked over to the stools and sat down in his old spot. Everything felt right as he sat there. He looked back at the others. They were still standing there, looking surprised at everything. You guys are going to sit down or what? That snapped them out of it. Coming, milord, said Fergus. Coming. He quickly sat down on a stool. Haru and Matt did the same thing. The kid's eyes were still wide-eyed with what he was seeing. I thought that this was going to be some kind of room where only the coolest could get in. You mean this doesn't count? Naruto asked him. He didn't put any kind of offense in his words, but the kid reacted like he had all the same. No, that's not what I meant, he replied quickly. This is still very cool. I was just expecting something else completely. Actually, sir, said Han, it's not that this is a room that nobody is allowed to come into. People can come in, but only after we've extended an invitation and they are able to pay. Here, the original recipes of Ichiraku are made and served by one of the family. Naruto paid attention to what the man said. His hand fell to his wallet. How much will I owe you once we're done? He asked. Han looked at him once more. For you, my lord, this one time, it is on the house. He paused and looked at him. You sure about that? He asked. Of course, my lord, the man replied. He sounded a little offended that such a question was even asked. All right then, I'll have a miso ramen. He waited while the others made their orders. Han wasted no time getting to work making the ramen. Naruto watched and saw that he was clearly no novice. His hands worked at a quick pace and appeared to have a mind of their own. The ramen was made and cooked just as fast as it had been back before he was sealed. When the bowls were handed to them, no one made a move. They watched Naruto to see what he would do. He took a pair of chopsticks in hand, broke them apart, and gave a quiet prayer of thanks. Then he dipped the chopsticks into the ramen and pulled free his first serving. He chewed and swallowed, letting that familiar feeling slide down his throat. Han was watching him, eyes showing how curious he was about what he had just eaten. It's been over 2,000 years since I had any kind of ramen, especially Ichiraku ramen, the shinobi said, his voice a little thick, and it still tastes like I remember, the best damn ramen that ever was. He looked at Tuchi's descendant and said, Thank you. He smiled. Thank you for the praise, my lord. The others took that as their invitation to dig in. Soon, they started praising the cook for the best ramen they ever had. Han took it all graciously as he stood back and watched them eat. It didn't take them long to start ordering seconds. He was more than happy to cook it for them. Everyone talked more freely as they loosened up. Naruto smiled to himself as he watched Fergus and Matt argue about some kind of acting method. This was what coming to Ichiraku ramen was all about, good food and even the possibility of a good talk. Later, when they were full, Naruto was the only one who decided not to go to the club to party. Instead, he chose to walk through the streets, seeing the place at night. The streets were lit with more than just lights from the street lamps. The signs high above and the ones on the business doors added to the brightness. He could see where he was going, but when he looked up, he could hardly see the stars in the sky. That's sad, he thought as he tried to find stars that he could see. They were there, he knew that much. It just took him longer than it should have to find them. You'd probably be disappointed even if you could see them, Komiai told him. How'd you mean? You captained a ship that had private quarters just for you. There was a skylight in there where you could watch the stars if you felt like it. You saw them in all their glory. Seeing them down here from a planet? Something else entirely, and probably a lot more disappointing, the Nanabai declared. He looked up at the night sky again, searching for the stars. The Kabutamushi was right. He had become a little spoiled from seeing the stars in space. Seeing them from a planet would have seemed less awe-inspiring. Well, we all have to start somewhere, he said, looking back down to the street. People were walking the streets. They didn't take much notice of him, mostly because he was wearing his hood up again. It had been down originally, but once he passed a giant TV screen showing a news show that was discussing how he was back in Konoha, he knew that people would start looking at him, trying to figure out if he was who he appeared to be. He was also sure that people started to suspect from the theater, and from Ichiraku's. He didn't know how long it would take them to figure it out. So far, people barely seemed to notice him. Some gave him an odd look, trying to figure out what he looked like under the hood. He kept walking past them. As he walked, he found himself going back into the village, to the part of it he knew. He didn't stop himself. The lights grew less bright, the people didn't seem to be in that big of a rush, and the energy in the air became more relaxed. Even in the darkness of the night, supported by the street lights, he could still recognize his Konoha. Things took on a different shape in the night, but he was still able to recognize it all. The streets might have been smoothed and turned into concrete, but they were his streets still. Everywhere he looked in the old village, everything that was modern, he could see past it and see what he remembered. When his feet came to a stop, he was looking at his apartment complex. "It's still here," he said to himself. He had been told it was still standing, but to see it for himself really drove it home. "That it is," Kurama remarked drily. "So, are you going to stand there or are you going to go up?" He was already going for the stairs. He started to feel like he was coming back home after a long day being a shinobi. Climbing those stairs, his legs felt tired but got enough of an energy surge to keep him going. He reached his level and walked to his door. Anticipation burned in his stomach. What for, he didn't know. "You think people still live here?" Gyuki wondered. "Huh!" He wasn't alone in that sentiment. "What are you on about?" Sun asked the Hachibi. "I'm just wondering if people still live here in this complex. There are other apartments here. It's not like they hollowed it out and made it a museum all for Naruto." Naruto barely thought about it as he went for his door. "I guess there might be people still living here." "I don't know," remarked Shikaku. "I think it would stand to reason they would make a museum to you out of the complex that you used to live in. It'd be a sure way to make sure that the place stays around for 2,000 years. If that's true, they might have gotten to your apartment too, Naruto," Isabu told him. He stopped just in front of his door at those words. Dread replaced the anticipation in his stomach. "Kami, I hope that's not the case." He didn't want to step into another museum right now. Kurama said, "There's only one way to find out, Gaki." He was right, of course. Naruto stretched out his hand and started feeling the wall. What are you doing?" Shikaka asked him. "The door's locked." "And what does that have to do with you feeling up the walls?" "Looks kinda weird if you asked me," he said. "Well, since nobody was asking you," Kurama remarked, "could you please keep quiet? The man is trying to work here." "But what's he doing?" Isabu asked. "He's looking for the key." Both the tanuki and the turtle were puzzled. So were the others. "The key?" repeated Sun. "Hey, working here," Naruto said as he checked the wall. It looked the same as when he left. But looks could be deceiving. He just hoped that they hadn't made too many changes to the building. If they did, he was screwed about doing this quietly. "Sorry about that, Gaki," Kurama said to him. Shikaku was getting a little annoyed. "Or does someone want to tell us what's going on here? Why is he looking for a key in the wall? Why do you think, you moronic raccoon?" the Kyuubi asked scornfully. His anger was roused. "What did you say?" he shouted. But before he could try to attack, Matatabi sat on him. "Hey! Hush, you," the Nibi ordered before looking at the fox. "Is it some kind of seal?" "Yep, it's something he came up with to hide the spare key more effectively," he answered. "Usually he knows where it is, but after 2,000 years, the memory can become a little fuzzy, I guess." Naruto's hand felt a slight rough patch on the wall. "Found it," he declared. "Never mind." He pulled the hand back a little. He channeled his chakra to the fingertips, 5 little blue lights in the darkness. He formed his hand into a claw and pressed it against the rough patch. There was a clicking sound, like he knew there would be. He turned the hand left, and then right. A seal appeared underneath. He dragged his hand down to it, flattening it against the black ink. "Kai," he whispered. The seal vanished, along with a small cutout part of the wall. He reached in and pulled out the key. It fit right in his hand, just like it used to. It looked a little smaller, actually. Gyuki saw the key and saw something else. 2,000 years and it hasn't rusted away? He asked. "Seals cover a lot of things," Naruto said. "That covers the key." "You covered that when you made the seal?" "I didn't know how long I was going to be up there." He wanted to be prepared. Now he was glad that he had been. Shikaku was getting impatient. "Are you just going to stand there all day, or are you going to open the door? I want to see where you lived." "Same here," Saiken said. Koko nodded in agreement. "Open the door, Naruto." I'm going. The key fit easily into the lock. It clicked and the sound rang in his ears. The handle was still easy to push down and the door quick to open. He stepped inside, his feet already working to free themselves of the shoes. The lights were dark and his hand automatically going for the lights. "You think they still work?" the fox asked him. His finger flipped the switch, and the lights blinked on. His eyes were filled with the brightness of the lights, forcing him to close his eyes. That answer your question? He asked, blinking his eyes open to get better. Yes, it does. Once his eyes were accustomed to the light, he looked and saw that everything was still the same. He could see his kitchen from where he stood, just like he always could. He walked towards it, stopping at the table. Everything looked as it was when he left, except clean. He went to check the cupboards and drawers, only to find that nothing was there. He checked the fridge and found it was empty too. Did you really think that there would be things in there? Sun asked him. If there were, they would have had their own nation by now. It's an old habit, he told the gorilla. He stopped and looked around the kitchen. When he first came to this apartment, he always felt like the kitchen had been too big for him. He had grown up using this kitchen. But looking at it now, he felt it was a little cramped. He left the kitchen and looked at the bathroom. It was the same thing. Really? Asked Ichiraku. You're checking out the bathroom? You have to go or something? He ignored that remark as he left the bathroom behind. He found his bedroom and went inside. The first thing that came to him was the fact it was too clean. There should be some clothes on the ground, an empty ramen cup on the table, something. Kurama thought a little differently. There is no need for you to return to your days of being a slob. The room is clean. Be happy for it. Don't worry, Fox. I'm not going to turn this place into a mess. He walked over to his bed. He marveled at its size. Did I really sleep in that thing? It looked like it could barely hold him. You did? Wow. He looked at the door leading to the balcony. He had seen it from the outside and wondered what it would be like to stand on again, looking out at the new village. Would it feel the same or would it be different? Naruto, said Kurama. Yeah? He asked. You've put it off long enough. Watch the damn OSTs. He could have refused the idea, making some kind of excuse. But as he stood in his own room, he felt like the time was right. He pulled out the pouch in his pocket and held it in his hand, feeling the weight of it. It was easy to hold, but it felt so much heavier in his hands. He sat down on the bed. It held his weight. He opened the pouch and spilled its content onto the mattress beside him. They were a small pile of glowing orange. He fished through them until he found the earliest date. He held it in his hand, glowing against the darkness of his palm. He looked at it for a long moment. This was the point of no return. If he put it down, he could walk away and not see what was there for him. Don't you even think about it, Kurama snapped at him. Your friends left those for you to watch. So watch them. The fox was right. Naruto activated his Omni tool and installed the OST. The familiar screen appeared over the Omni tool. He half expected to see himself in the video, giving him some cryptic information. But instead, he saw his apartment and that it was full of his friends. They looked exactly as he remembered them. They were young and they were relaxed, laughing and talking freely. Hey there, Naruto, said Sakura. She was holding the camera in front of her so her face dominated the screen. We didn't know if you'll come back soon, so we thought we'd make this little video for you. You know, just something to watch and think of us. The camera spun around so he could see the Konoha 12. Alright guys. 3, 2, 1. She counted down. Happy birthday, Naruto. They all shouted. They were all around the apartment, doing something. But they all looked at the camera with happy smiles on their faces. We're going to come here and celebrate your birthday, she explained, bringing her face back. It all makes us feel that you're a little closer. She paused, probably looking for the next thing to say. Well, that's all there really is to say. Maybe we should put the camera so you can see everything going on. Didn't you have that whole speech prepared, Sakura? Ino asked from the kitchen. The camera shifted to look at the room. Hinata looked up from setting the big table, looking very interested. The same was for Sasuke and Kiba. Sakura marched over to the kitchen. You said you wouldn't bring that up, Ino. Whoops, sorry, she said without much shame. Kiba came up to the camera. Hey there, Naruto, he said with a wide toothy grin. It's good to be talking to you again, even if it's like this. By the way, I don't know what Sakura was talking about with that speech, so don't you forget about it. Kiba, you're supposed to be setting the table, Tenten shouted from the kitchen. Would you get to it? Ease off, Tenten, he shouted back, walking away from the camera. I can't talk to a friend? Not when you're supposed to also keep Choji away from the food, Ino added. The Akimichi popped in from the bedroom. What was he doing in there? Is the food ready? She pointed a ladle at him threateningly. No! Back, Choji, back! She commanded. He looked like she had just denied him a feast. Oh, come on, Ino. Are you still going to hold that against me? Yes, I am. You attacked my cake as soon as I pulled it out of the oven. For the last time, I missed lunch, I was hungry, and you wouldn't stop talking about that cake. Guys, come on, said Shikamaru, it's a drag, but don't do this in front of the camera. Naruto's going to be seeing this, and he doesn't want to see you fight. Actually, I do, Naruto replied. He knew they wouldn't be able to hear him, but it didn't matter. Keep going. How about we just continue setting the table? Hinata suggested. Her voice was quiet, but it filled the room. Shino agreed, yes, that is a good idea. The rest silently agreed and went about their business. In the end, despite all the arguing and almost fighting, they came to sit at the table. They gave thanks and began to eat. As they ate, they kept talking to the camera. So, Naruto, Shikamaru said, we've managed to get the rest of the countries away from Obito's forces. Yeah, compared to Obito, they were easy, Kiba said. Akamaru sat against his chair, barking once in agreement. It was almost like taking candy from a baby, Tenten remarked. Lee looked at his teammate. Tenten, you would not be so unyouthful as to take candy from a baby. That is wrong. She laughed but rolled her eyes. You know that I wouldn't do that, Lee. Come on, be serious. I am being serious. In any case, Sasuke said to them all and to the camera, we've managed to establish peace in the countries, Naruto. The war is truly over. It was a pain to do it too, Shikamaru remarked. That was his way of saying that he was glad that it was over. Kiba grinned, and it was a feral grin. You could say that we did a great deal helping with the reforging. All we had to do show up on the battlefield, and they'd go running. Ino rolled her eyes. It was Sasuke, Sakura, and Shikamaru who made them turn and run. They saw you and laughed at how you were riding a dog. Hey, they stopped laughing when they saw what me and Akamaru could, he retorted with a jab of his chopsticks. Akamaru barked in agreement. I pulled my weight in the fighting. We all pulled our weight, said Choji as he scarfed down barbecue. That's the point. Peace has been made and we're done fighting. I'll drink to that, Sakura said, raising her drink. To the peace we helped made. To the peace, they all said, raising their drinks to meet hers. Shino looked at the camera. I'm sure that you're wondering, Naruto, what we are going to be doing next. He paused to consider his words. It was Kiba who answered, though. Who knows what we're going to do next? Does it matter? It does to some people, Sasuke told him. Lady Tsunade has mentioned that the Kages will come together and discuss how we're going to go from here, Ino commented. And that's the beginning of the Shinobi Alliance, Naruto said to himself. Hinata paused in her eating. She looked to the camera. Naruto, you'll probably find out if those talks are successful. I hope that they are. Oh, I almost forgot. Father has named me his heir once more. And she smiled half embarrassingly and half sadly. Her hand reached out and took Kiba's. And you'll be happy to know that Kiba and I are together. The Inuzuka looked like he didn't know if he should start crowing in victory or looked embarrassed at being called out like this. He smiled at Hinata, a true warm smile full of love, before he looked at the camera. I'm sorry you're not here, Naruto. But I hope that when you see this video, if we don't see you again, you won't have any objections. Naruto, Sasuke said, his usually calm and stoic face saddened and unsure. I hope the same can be said for us. He reached out and took Sakura's hand into his too. Sakura and I are together too. Even though he had long since suspected and knew what happened to them both, the sight of them holding hands made his heart ache. It's all right, he said to them, despite knowing they wouldn't be able to hear him. I understand. I guess I should mention why Temari isn't here, Shikamaru added. She's busy making sure Suna is recovering from the fighting. Ino's still mad at Shikamaru for marrying Temari the way he did, Choji added. Kurama barked in triumph, I knew it. Ino scowled at her teammate. It was clear she couldn't believe he would say that out loud. He didn't need to know that, Choji. Why? He asked, not with food his mouth thankfully. We all saw it when they got married. Shikamaru looked at his teammates and said, how troublesome. Do not fret, Ino, Lee proclaimed. After all, both Shikamaru and Temari are married. They are most youthful together. Kiba grinned. They wouldn't call it that, but you're right, Lee. They are certainly much in love, Shino agreed. Shikamaru didn't protest the assessment. He smiled a private smile. As the dinner finished up, Sakura went to grab the camera. All right everyone, let's do this, she said, bringing the camera onto the table. It was angled so he saw everyone standing together. Once they were all together, they started to sing. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear Naruto, happy birthday to you. Sakura came back to the camera and took it in hand. Happy birthday, Naruto, she said. We hope to see you soon. The camera went blank. He pulled the OSD out and reached for the next year, playing it. When it was done, he reached for the next. He did it so many times that he didn't even realize he was doing it. When he had finished all the OSDs, his hand was searching the bedside for a good minute before he realized that he had seen them all. And he had seen them all. Every year, they would gather in his apartment to celebrate his birthday. No matter what could have been happening in the world, good or bad, they would always come and meet for his birthday. Sometimes there would be more people than the last, but the core would always be the Konoha 12. And they would always end by singing happy birthday to him. They would tell him of things that had happened the previous year, along with their own antics. As they grew older and became parents, they brought their babies along to show off to the camera. Not even Sakura's disappearance had stopped the videos. When she reappeared, the first thing she did was apologize for vanishing like that. But as the videos continued with the years, he started to notice something else. His teammates and friends were getting older. The first sign was their hair turning to gray, then their movements started to slow, and then they noted how their bodies ached. The number of people in the videos started to dwindle with each year. It was slow, but they always made sure to tell him who had passed. First it had been their teachers and parents. But then it became them too. He could have tried to stop, but he didn't. He kept watching each video, even though less and less of his friends were there. The last video had been just Sakura in his apartment. She had dinner and told him everything that happened the previous year. But she also told him that she didn't expect to live to his next birthday. She told him not to worry, and they would see each other in due time. She sang him happy birthday and ended the video by saying goodbye, Naruto. He sat on the bed, looking at all those OSTs. All those memories, they were just sitting there like they were nothing. But that wasn't true. They were something. They held the memories of everyone he held dear. Suddenly it hit him. He was home. There was no fighting at that moment, no war. It was all over. But what was the point? The village he knew was gone. Oh, there was the old part of it, but there no one there he knew. Everyone he had known in the village was gone. His friends were gone. This wasn't the Konoha he knew. He felt something wet on his cheeks. Oh, those are tears. That single realization broke any resolve he had left. He slid off the bed, curling into himself, and cried. His old apartment echoed with his sobs. His tenants did not ask why he was crying. They knew. They gave him the space to cry. He didn't know when he fell asleep, but he woke up still with tears in his eyes. He wiped them away. He looked out the window and saw it was just before dawn. He looked at his apartment one more time. It had felt good to be back, but he had changed since he lived here. He left for the apartment for a quick shower, food, and a change of clothes. He swapped out of the suit for pants and a shirt, wearing his trench coat over it. He checked in and made sure that Matt had managed to get back to his room safely. Once that had been assured, he left. The first place he went that morning was a place he knew. He stood outside Yamanaka Flowers. It had changed, looked more modern. They opened early so they could tend to the flowers. They always did. It was something he learned from Ino when she complained about working a morning shift. He pushed the door open and walked in. Good morning, said the Yamanaka clanswoman at the register. We're still opening, so if you could give me a few. She trailed off as she realized just who it was standing in front of her. Her eyes went wide. Lololor, please, he said, waving it off. Let's look past that for a moment. Think me as another customer for the moment. I don't think I could do that. She didn't have a stutter. She was generally nervous and odd about what was happening. Please try. He wasn't in the mood for that title. She swallowed air, a lot of it. What can I get you? I'd like flowers for the dead. She paused for a moment, but only a moment. I see, she said. Are you intending to go to the cemetery? Just their statues first, he answered. The cemetery would come later. What would you recommend? A combination of lilies, gladioli, chrysanthemums, and hydrangea plants, she answered, walking out from behind the counter. She went around the store, picking the flowers she had named. It was a quick thing, showing how good she was at her job. Now that would normally be about 175 credits. But for you, he already pulled out the wallet and the money. Here you go. She looked at the money. Are you sure, sir? Yes. Why shouldn't I be any different from a paying customer? She opened her mouth. He knew what was coming next. Excluding whom I'm supposed to be. Please just let me pay. She took the money and wrapped up the flowers in a bundle. Here you go. Thank you. He took the bundle and turned for the door. My lord, she said. He stopped and looked at her. Yes. She bowed her head in respect. Welcome home. Thank you. He didn't say anything else as he left. The point on the map led him close to where the gates used to be. It stood just outside where the boundaries of the original village were. The statue was something that managed to surprise him. For one thing, it wasn't a single statue but a series of them. They overlooked the road leading from the new part of the village to the old, like they were sentries. They were also larger than life, literally. The statues rose to the height of a 2-story building. He stood apart from them so he could look at them better. His friends looked as they did just after the War of Three Flags, when the expansions to the village began. They were a little taller, a little stronger, with some differences to their clothes. But he knew they looked the same still. Whoever had carved these statues certainly knew them. The way Kiba leaned against Akamaru with a cocky grin was just how he would do it alive. Shikamaru looked like he was bored, but those stone eyes were alert. Lee was giving his nice guy pose, and it might have been a trick of the morning light, but Naruto could have sworn he saw the teeth twinkle. Sasuke and Sakura took the center area, standing close enough for him to know they were together but still apart enough to be their own person. His hand was on his Chikuto, and her hands were ready to clench. Their eyes were stern, but they still looked welcoming. He did a quick look over. The statues were well maintained. Whoever was supposed to clean them, they did a good job. Hey guys, he said to them. This probably isn't the best way to talk to you all. I'll try to go to the cemetery, but for now. He placed the flowers at the base between Sasuke and Sakura. He stepped back so he could see it all. It's good to see you again. There was a click off to the left. He looked and saw someone standing there with his Omni tool active. Irritated anger burned through his stomach. Do you mind? He asked, his voice growling. The guy lowered his Omni tool. Sorry, he said, not sounding like he meant it. I'm a photographer. When I see an opportunity for a photo, I must take it. He bowed his head. I believe what I just took will be a photo for the ages. Thank you for the opportunity, Lord Naruto. He walked off without saying anything else. Naruto watched him go with a puzzled expression. He wasn't the only one. Well, that was weird, Shikaku declared. Naruto, shouldn't you have gotten his name? Koko asked him. He shook his head. Why would I want that? He asked the Gobi. For all I know, he could be some weird crazy person. And how's that any different from people you normally associate with? Kurama asked him. They usually qualify for either crazy or weird. That's beside the point. And I don't think I'll be seeing that guy again. It would have been a good thing in his mind. He turned back and went to the roofs. Once he was up top, he took off, heading for the monument. As he leapt across the rooftops, he took relish in the feeling of it. It felt good to run like this again. It helped clear the mind, making him focus only on where he was landing. When he reached the monument, he didn't waste any time hitting the mountainside and running up it. It was always a dead sprint when it came to running up the mountain. His legs ached when he reached the top. It was a good ache, one that he had missed. He walked towards the city that lay behind the mountain, only to stop when he saw something. He saw a statue of himself. Unlike the one at Niner HQ or the one at the last lake, this one showed him as a teenager. His face was happy, smiling, and he was flashing the peace sign overhead as he looked out at the village below. But he also saw a kid scrambling around the base with a large paint bucket. Is that? Yuki laughed like it was the funniest thing he had ever seen. It is. Someone is making a mess out of your statue, just like you used to the Hokage faces. The other Biju joined in the laughter. They had seen the memory of that, and they could enjoy the irony. They could see the words and drawings being painted on the statue. Loser and Doofus were two of the kinder ones. Naruto let them enjoy their laughter. He already had an idea for what to do. With a quick henjutsu, he transformed into a kid. His spiky blonde hair flattened into curly brown, and his eyes darkened to green. He walked over to the statue. "Hey!" he called out. The kid's head popped out from over the shoulder. "What do you want?" he asked. "I'm a little busy here." For a moment, Naruto's breath was taken away. The whiteness and spikiness of his hair, the beginnings of the red paint at his eyes, the annoyed look at being interrupted, it was like he was staring at Jiraiya back when he had been a kid. His breath returned and he said, "What are you doing?" He hoisted the bucket up so it could be seen. "What does it look like I'm doing?" A man appeared beside Naruto. He dressed like he was a teacher, but there was something in the way he stood that military. He also looked like an Uchiha, so he probably was one. "It looks like you're in trouble again, Jiraiya," he said with a harsh scowl on his face. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto froze at the name. The aforementioned Jiraiya looked panicked. He tried to play it cool. "Kenshin-sensei, what are you doing here?" he asked. "Shouldn't you be in class?" "How can I be when one of my students is up here, desecrating the statue of one of the village's heroes?" His student came down and tried to make a break for it. "Come here." He lunged at the kid, grabbing him by the scruff of his collar. That was when he looked at Naruto. "And who are you?" "Transfer student," he lied. "I got lost on the way to the school. Can you help me?" The teacher sighed and took him by the hand. Together, the three of them left his statue behind, going back down the mountain. When he saw the academy, the first thing he saw was the name. He wasn't the only one. "The Naruto Uzumaki Academy?" read aloud Kurama, starting at the sign above the gate. "They really went that far?" "Yes, they did," Sun said. "He's never going to let this go." Naruto ignored that, following the teacher to his class. It had the same seating of the academy had he had known, just bigger and modern. He was told to sit up at the back while Jiraiya was made to stand at the front. No one paid much attention to him. They were more concerned about watching the teacher give Jiraiya a severe dressing down. He could sympathize with what the kid was feeling. He had been there. "Am I understood?" the teacher finished, looking down hard at the kid. "Yes, sensei," he said without looking up at him. His tone made him sound like he was compliant, but he was going to do it again. The teacher sent him back to his seat, next to a boy with long dark hair and, "Nice going, Jiraiya," he said. "We could have missed the field trip because of you." "Shut up, Hashirama. You were supposed to help me." The girl at the window scoffed. "As if he would help with your childish pranks," she said, flicking her black hair over her shoulder. With the sun shining down on her, she looked rather pale. He glared at her. "You got something to say to me, Anko?" "Nothing of the sort," she replied. "You're the dead last in the class. It is wonder you're able to stay with us all this time. Grades aren't everything." She rolled her eyes at that. "Of course you would say that." Naruto watched them with an interest. "Kurama, are you seeing what I'm seeing?" The fox turned its attention to the bickering kids. It didn't take him long to see what his Jinchuriki was getting at. "I do see it. You might have something there." The teacher coughed loudly, getting their attention. "If the three of you are done with your little soap opera?" he asked pointedly. They took the hint and fell silent, although Jiraiya and Anko still glared at each other. Hashirama didn't know if he could side with either of them. "Now, we will be leaving for the Hokage Museum in an hour. Until then, we will finish the work we did yesterday." He looked up to the back row. "We also have a transfer student. Would you mind coming down so the class can see you?" "Okay," he said easily, getting out of his chair and coming down the steps. As he got close, he made it a little easier to figure out he was disguised. "Class, this is?" The teacher looked down and frowned with suspicion. "Why are you wearing a henge?" he asked. Naruto smiled cheekily. "Why don't you release it and find out?" This was going to be good. Kenshin didn't disappoint him. He made a seal with one hand and touched him on the shoulder with the other. "Kai!" he cried. The henge vanished in a plume of smoke. When it vanished, he stood before the teacher with a grin, watching the man figure out who he was. "Hey there," he said. He turned to the class. All their jaws were on the ground. "You guys might want to be careful. Flies are liable to wind up in your mouths. Unless there's an aburame in here," he added. "They'd be able to control the flies." He paused and made a show of looking around. "Is there an aburame in here?" Jiraiya was flabbergasted by what he was seeing. He couldn't believe it. He tried to say, only to fail repeatedly. Enko rolled her eyes at the sight of him trying to speak. Honestly, she thought to herself. How hard was it to say a name? Yes, Naruto said, looking up at the kid. I'm the guy whose statue you were defacing. All eyes swung to the kid. He tried to meet them all, but the fact that the blonde was still standing there made it a little difficult. I apologize for him, Lord Naruto, Kenshin said, coming in close so they could talk a little quieter. I will see to it that Jiraiya is punished for what he did. Why? He asked back quietly. He didn't harm anyone. But, my lord, he painted all over your statue. And I defaced the Hokage monument when I was in the academy. Does he do these things often? Yes. The kid is just showing off, being the class clown. The teacher was uncertain about what he was hearing. Naruto could see it. He decided to let the guy off a little bit. Look, when you get back from the field trip, make him stay behind and wash off his own work alone. That's punishment enough. Kenshin nodded his agreement. He looked back to his classroom. Class, as you can see, Lord Naruto has graced us with a visit to our classroom. Thank you for coming, Lord Naruto. Don't think about it much, he said, waving it off. I was in the village, and I decided to take a look around. We had heard that you returned to the village but did not think you would come to the academy? What visit would be complete without returning to all of my old stomping grounds? He asked rhetorically. This place has certainly changed. Well, it's been over 2,000 years, the boy sitting between Jiraiya and Enko said. He smacked his mouth shut when he realized that he'd spoken. Naruto looked at him. Hashirama, right? He asked. He nodded his head slowly. Why yes, my lord, he said. Your last name is Senju, isn't it? It is. Of course it is, Kurama said, a faint note of distrust creeping into his voice. I'd know that face anywhere. Easy does it, he told the fox. But he did have a point. You have your ancestor's face, has anyone told you that? The kid actually blushed. No, they haven't. Something for you to take note of, he remarked. He looked at the rest of the class. So, anyone else got questions? The first question was not one he was expecting, even though he should have. Do you have a girlfriend? Asked one of the girls from the front. It caused a lot of them to start giggling while the boys rolled their eyes or looked bored. He looked hard at her. She was blushing hard even though she was trying not to show it. Perhaps, he told her. Another girl spoke up. I heard that you were dating the pirate queen of Omega. He looked at her. She wasn't going to be a kunoichi. He could tell by how she lounged in her seat and was more interested in gossip. A quick look at her notebook showed him that she barely took any notes. And that was a private matter. He looked at the class. Are there any questions that don't involve my love life? Are you really Naruto Uzumaki? Enko asked. She clearly didn't believe what she was seeing. Jiraiya looked at her like she was crazy. Are you thick in the head? He demanded. Of course that's Naruto Uzumaki. She gave him a look of scorn mixed with pity. You'd be gullible to believe that. Excuse me? Naruto looked at her and definitely saw her becoming a kunoichi. More than that, she believed that she was going to be the best kunoichi there was and thought she had the skills to back that claim up. In a way, she reminded him of Sasuke, back when they were in the academy. Was it Enko? He asked her. She nodded. Yes. She held his gaze evenly, unafraid. Why don't you think I am who I am? Oh please, like Naruto Uzumaki would actually take the time to come visit something that's changed in over 2,000 years. This is probably something the school board came up with to keep us busy before we go on the field trip. He watched the class as she talked. The kids started to lose their wonder and excitement at seeing him. Now they were starting to doubt and question. When she was done, he simply said, You're awfully confident about yourself and your skills, aren't you? Of course I am, she replied. I'm at the top of the class, the best. Jiraiya was scowling at her while Hashirama seemed proud of her. And if the old rules were still in effect, would you think yourself ready to be a genin? Yes. Really? He challenged. You think you'd be ready to face the world, fighting people who have had years of experience on you? She frowned at him, realizing that she had been caught. He kept on talking. You know what? Why don't we put that claim to the test for everyone? He looked to the teacher. With your permission? What are you planning on doing? Kenshin asked him. Just teaching them a lesson until it's time for the field trip, he said. Don't worry. I'm not going to hurt anyone. He looked at the class. They were interested to see what would happen next. He could also see the confidence they had in themselves. For some, like Anko, it bordered on arrogance. All right, he agreed. Thanks. The shinobi looked to the class. Everyone, to the yard, he ordered, turning for the door and walking out. He didn't look back to see if they would follow him. The sound of mass footsteps behind him told him they were. They walked out to the school's entrance, where there was enough room between the gate and the doors for him to work with. He turned around and saw that the windows were plastered with other students and teachers, all eager to see what comes next. He wondered who told them this was happening. It was a brief thought as he looked at the students in front of him. All right, we're going to have an active pop quiz. He started loosening up his muscles, readying for what came next. An active pop quiz? One of the students, a boy, asked. What does that mean? It means that I want you all to attack me. If anyone can last a minute against me, I'll recommend that you'll be able to become a genin no matter what happens. And to sweeten the pot, I'll offer something. He placed his right hand against his back. If any of you can make me use my right hand in this fight, I will take you as my apprentice. That got their attention. Their eyes gleamed with the idea of learning from him. They would attack him in droves now. You're cruel, Gaki, Kurama said with an approving grin. What happens if we beat you? Anko asked. She was at the back, along with Jiraiya and Hashirama. She was going until he was supposed to exhausted and finish him off then. Of course, that's what she thought would happen. It made him laugh. You're funny, kid. She scowled but didn't let up. What happens if one of us beats you? Well, I'd like to say that's not going to happen, but I've beaten people who've said that. So if that happens, we'll figure it out then. Don't get her hopes up, Matatabi told him. Trust me, she needs this, he replied. She's too arrogant for her own good. She needs to be brought down a peg. He was ready for the fight. He looked at the kids. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu are all perfectly fine. Just make sure they're not harmful. Aside from that, do what you can. He shifted into a ready stance, his hand firmly behind his back. Well, come at me. They did come at him. They came at him in a flood. It didn't faze him. He fought them off. It quickly became obvious to them that they were no match for him. No matter what it was they threw at him, he would fend it off and dispatch them too, more than once using the same move. He did it all without breaking a sweat. Sheesh, Kurama said. I think they're more pathetic than you were back when you became a genin. He saw that too. But he had a different thought about it. They're on a slower learning curve than I was. They were barely using any ninjutsu, and no genjutsu. They were attacking him with taijutsu, and it was stuff he could easily counter. Still pathetic, the fox said. Sun swatted him with his tails. Be nice, Kurama. They're trying. That they certainly were. The more tenacious of them got back up from where they were knocked down and kept on fighting. He smiled, approving of their tenacity. The ones who weren't going to be shinobi gave up way too easily. They would either give up or flunk out of the shinobi program later on. Eventually, the fight came to only him, Anko, Jiraiya, and Hashirama. Well? He asked them. Who's going first? Like he thought, Anko went first. I'll take care of you, she declared. Go right ahead, Anko. You're trying to bait her, Koko remarked. He smirked to himself. What tipped you off? He watched Anko leap at him, her hands folding through seals. Not bad speed with her hands, he thought to himself, could be better though. She opened her mouth and breathed in. He struck, catching her right in the stomach with his hand. Her breath cut short, and she struggled to breathe. Little tip for you, he said conversationally. If you're fast enough and can get past their defenses, all you have to do to stop a jutsu being cast is make the shinobi lose their breath. It also renders them defenseless. To prove his point, he pushed her off and kicked her back hard. She recovered and landed on her feet, looking quite irritated. She charged again. This time, she didn't try to use any ninjutsu. She went straight for close quarters, drawing out kunai. He watched her as she tried to attack him. She was good. She knew how to use both hands and coordination. It was good, but it was clear that she still needed some practice and learning. She was determined, almost angrily so, to beat him. He fought her off, keeping his hand behind his back. She was a little harder to fend off than the others. If he had been younger and less experienced, She might have given him a run for his money. Still, he knew that he could end it, and she didn't. She thought she could win this and was pulling off the stops to do so. She pulled back and sprang into a leap, holding the kunai like they were fangs. The hands came together, going through seals. She had a jutsu that would use the kunai to add the effect. It probably would have been deadly. He just stepped to the side and let her go right past. His knee came up and his elbow swung down, catching her in the stomach and the spine. She collapsed to the ground, finding it hard to breathe. She saw his shadow engulf hers. Looking up, he loomed over her. "Would you like to rethink the idea of you beating me?" he asked her. She looked like she wanted to get back up to her feet and keep on fighting. She didn't have the strength to sit up. He turned away from and looked at the remaining two. "All right, who's next?" "I'll take you," Jiraiya declared, marching forward. He looked at the kid. "I'm honestly surprised you waited this long." He would have thought that he would be one of the first into the fight. "Well, I'm in this now. And I'm going to beat you with one move." "Oh, really?" he asked. This he had to see. The kid came close and his hands came together. "Oiroku no Jutsu!" he cried, vanishing in a plume of smoke. With the plume vanished, a slightly pretty girl stared at him, naked as the day was clear. Naruto just stared with a flat expression. "Seriously?" he asked. The girl blinked her eyes in confusion. This wasn't the reaction Jiraiya had expected. "I'm sorry? Are you seriously using that jutsu against me?" His tenants were currently laughing their asses off. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "All right, now I just have to do this." He started for the girl. "Stay still," he ordered when the kid started to move. "I have to look you over." "Look me over?" "Yes." He started walking around the girl, examining the jutsu. Good feet, but the thighs are a little pudgy." He reached out and touched the side, making her gasp in surprise. "You're pudgy there too. You have to work on that. The breasts are the wrong size in proportion to the body. In fact, one of them is smaller than the other. Check your hands, they still look mannish. The face is unimaginative. Your teeth are crooked. You don't know if you're going with a pug nose or an aquiline one. What's going on with the hair? Are you trying to go for feathery or layered here? It's just making it look stringy. And what is this?" he demanded, grabbing the girl's butt. "Wah, hey!" yelped Jiraiya, trying to get free. But Naruto's grip was like iron. "There is flab on this ass," he said, quite outraged. "There is flab on this ass. Look at this." He jiggled the ass to prove his point. "There should be no flab on the ass. It should tight enough to bounce a coin off, something that gets attention of men as you walk past." He stopped jiggling the offending ass and walked back around to the front. "All in all, this is a pretty pathetic Oiroku no Jutsu. What do you have to say for yourself?" The girl vanished the same way she had appeared. "Hashi now!" cried Jiraiya. Naruto had seen the kid sneak around while he was looking the jutsu over. So he wasn't surprised when he heard someone leap into the air behind him, shouting a war cry. He bent over backwards and kicked the kid right in the chest. Hashirama had a look of pained surprise as he felt the foot hit him. He fell to the ground, finding it a little hard to breathe. "You know, a little higher and you would have broken his nose," Kurama commented. Naruto said, "Don't take your grudge against the original on him," as he came back up. "Would you like to try anything else?" he asked Jiraiya. The kid ignored him for running over to his friend. "You alright, man?" he asked, helping Hashirama back to his feet. The blonde watched them both. Interesting, he thought to himself. The kid was more interested in trying to help his friend than attack him. "Hey, moron!" Enko shouted from the sidelines. "Attack the guy. He's wide open." Naruto wasn't wide open. He was far from it. If she couldn't see that, she still needed to train. He clapped his hands loudly. "All right, quiz is over," he announced. He faced the class, all sitting together with looks of embarrassment. The audience inside the school were laughing and heckling them. It was time for the lesson. "All right, what did you guys do wrong?" he asked as Jiraiya and Hashirama joined them. They looked at one another, unsure how to answer. He waited for an answer as he walked a little closer to them. "We tried attacking you?" one of the boys asked. "I told you to do that. What did you all do wrong in attacking me?" They looked amongst themselves, talking quietly, sharing ideas and suggestions. He listened, but they came up with nothing. They needed a little guidance. Look at this way, out of all you, Anko failed the most and Jiraiya was the closest to succeeding. Why's that? Anko scowled at being called out like that. One of the girls, she looked like a Nara, raised her hand. Anko failed because she tried taking you on alone? She asked. He nodded. Exactly, he said. She took on someone who has had years of experience and training on her because she thought she could beat me. But we didn't attack you alone, one of the boys, one who was wearing thick glasses, protested. He looked at the kid. They were all paying attention to him now. Which brings me to my next question, how is it that Jiraiya almost succeeded? Jiraiya didn't know if he should have looked happy at being called out like this or embarrassed that he had failed when he could have succeeded. They all looked at him, and then at Hashirama standing next to him. He worked with someone? A boy whose pale eyes marked him as a Hyuga asked. Correct. You all attacked me, true. But you all attacked me by yourselves. There was no coordination between any of you. You were all thinking about how you and you alone could possibly win against me. You made no effort to coordinate with each other, to work off the other's strengths and cover their weaknesses. You just attacked in a disorganized mob. That is why I was able to defeat all of you. An excellent lesson, Lord Naruto, said Kenshin, coming to stand beside him. Take notice of it, class. Alone, a shinobi can fight. But when he works with his teammates, can he achieve victory? That's probably laying it on a bit thick, Saiken remarked. Hush, don't ruin the moment. Naruto told him. The kids were taking this all in, making sure they learned the lesson and learned it good. And here's another lesson for you, he added. Jiraiya was correct, grades aren't everything. Anko here is the best of your class, yet I was able to beat her easily. Jiraiya is the dead last and yet, he came close to making me use my right hand. He glanced over at Anko, who was quietly fuming. You know, Anko, if you had joined Jiraiya and Hashirama instead of trying to do it alone, you might have won. And that's coming from a former dead last himself, Jiraiya told Anko, rubbing it in with a smug grin. She looked at him with anger in her eyes, but there was also something else there, a speculative question behind the anger. Naruto was quick to cut off his smugness. Speaking of dead last, you and I need to talk, he said sharply. Your attempt to graffiti my statue was completely unoriginal. Could you do nothing better? He asked. Jiraiya opened his mouth but he wouldn't let him speak. And another thing, your Oiroku no Jutsu is quite frankly pathetic. Do you honestly think that you could have used that on me? The only defense he could come up with was it was worth a shot. It was not a good shot, something you should have considered. Now I must show how to use it. He folded his hands in the seal. Behold the true mastery of Oiroku no Jutsu. He was engulfed in smoke with everyone's eyes on him. Those same eyes nearly leapt out of their sockets when a woman walked out of the smoke. But to say a woman walked out of the smoke would have been an understatement of the highest degree. The first thing was that she didn't walk. She sauntered out in a strapless little black dress, hips swaying with a seductive gait. And it wasn't just any kind of woman either. What walked out was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed goddess who knew that she was one. Her dress emphasized her curves and also looked like they could barely hold in her breasts. There was a smirk on her cherry-red lips that was mysterious as it was seductive. All the male teachers who saw her, as quite a few of the females, suddenly felt their throats go dry at the sight of her. She walked up to Jiraiya on long, very shapely legs, and leaned down to him, her long blonde hair covering them both like a veil. She pressed a finger against his chin and pushed it upwards so he had to look at her. Don't you see? She asked in a throaty whisper, how much better it can be. He couldn't speak, mostly because his eyes rolled back into his head and his nose started bleeding rather impressively. She didn't even kiss him. When she stepped away, he fell to the ground in a slump. Another plume of smoke and Naruto stood there, looking down at him. See what I mean? He asked. Sometimes, less skin is more. Thank you for that demonstration, Lord Naruto, said the teacher, quickly wiping away his nose. Don't mention it, he said, waving it off. By the way, this field trip to the Hokage Museum, would that be the one inside the mountain? It is. I haven't been there yet. You mind if I tag along? Kenshin wasn't quite sure how to go from here. On the one hand, he could say no, say that it was a school trip and he wasn't a part of the school. On the other hand, this was Naruto Uzumaki he was talking to. It would be kind of hard to say to this man. He might end regretting it. He just didn't know what to say. Look at him, Komi said in a pitying tone. His head looks like it's going to pop. Son asked Naruto, you going to do anything about this? I am, he replied. Why haven't you done it yet? You haven't given me the chance to speak. There were times when he wondered if his tenants actually understood the concept of timing. Would this field trip be something like a guided tour? He asked Kenshin. He nodded. Yes, it is. That's something I would need. There are probably a lot of Hokages in that museum, and I could use some help learning about them. Kenshin could understand, but he still had doubts about the whole idea. Forgive me, my lord, but it might seem a bit odd for you to be along on a school trip. You could just think of me as another chaperone. I know how to keep an eye out. There was still doubt in the man's eyes. Or if it'll make you feel better, I could disguise myself as one of your students and attend that way. You're not going to give this up, are you, my lord? He shook his head with a smile. Nope, not in the slightest, he said. Kenshin allowed him to come along in the end. He was a chaperone but was only given the lightest of duties. The teachers did that so he could have the chance to look around himself. It was an opportunity that he took gratefully. As he had walked through the museum, he realized that the Hokage probably undersold its size to him. There were also levels to the museum, and not just two. There was so many Hokages, so many statues, so many names, they had blurred together. He had tried to remember them as best he could, but there were just so many. He saw that the mantle had been passed to more people than he thought. It had been worn by at least one person from each clan in Konoha, the most being from the Uchiha clan, ironically enough. When he finally left the museum, he left satisfied that the village had been in good hands. As the sun started to set down, he made his way to the Uchiha clan compound for the dinner. But before he got there, he had to make one last stop. It was a stop that made him a little hesitate, but he still went all the same. He stopped outside the entrance and looked at the sign. Cemetery, he said to himself. Just sounds so dismissive, doesn't it? What are you on about, Naruto? Son asked him. You're stalling, Kurama said. Get a move on, would ya? He walked slowly through the gate. He knew where to go. Even though most of his teammates were from clans, they were buried close together, in their own area. But he stopped at the graves of anyone he had known. He found Tsunade, Kakashi, Konohamaru, Ichiraku, Anko, Ibiki, Asuma, Guy, Kurenai, and everyone else. He spent a little longer at Jiraiya's grave, something he never thought he would say. His throat clutched up at the sight of it, and all he could say was welcome home, Erosenin. When he reached the graves of the Konoha 12, he took a moment to clean them off. They hadn't been covered in leaves or vines, but there was some dirt on them. He cleaned them and then stood before them. Hey guys, he said, I got your videos. I'm sorry for taking so long to get back to you. I guess I should start off by saying this, Kiba, Hinata, Sasuke, Sakura, I'm glad you guys got together. I know what happened between the six of us was awkward, to say the least. But at least I know that you were happy. The world's changed since I've woken. He glanced up at the sky. It seems so trivial to say that, but I don't know how else to say it. You guys should see it. I can travel the stars, see other planets. There are aliens now, actual aliens. Lee, you would really be popular with the Krogan. You'd be able to last, maybe win, a fight with their battle masters. He struggled to find the right words, but they wouldn't come. It's hard to describe them without you guys seeing them. I guess that goes for all the aliens out there. Ino, you would call me a liar if I told you there was an alien race out there was made of nothing but women. I'm not lying. They really don't have any males. And a lot of them are fans of Ika. If he was still alive, I'd be willing to bet that Jiraiya would love them. Then there are the Solarians. They're smart like you, Shikamaru, just more active about it. I guess that's because they only have a short lifespan. He looked up at the sky again. It was getting darker with each second. It's not easy, living in this time. When things aren't new and strange, they're confusing. Earth has changed. I know that shouldn't be a surprise, but it still was. It hit me the hardest here in the village. I know that it's Konoha, but it's not the Konoha I remember. For Kami's sake, they named the academy after me. Who in their right mind would do that? They didn't answer. How could they? They were only graves. Still, it gave him something to speak to. I'll be honest with you guys. I've been thinking about maybe retiring. The talk with Nathaniel during the documentary had started this thought, and it just progressed from there. I'm not an old man. Technically, I'm only in my 20s. But I feel like I'm older than the rest of them. There are days I just feel completely of touch with the modern world. I feel like I should retire and go find a nice quiet place to make a garden." He stopped and laughed to himself. Who am I kidding? I'm a shinobi, right? I'm more likely to end up dead than retired. His smile fell off his lips as he looked at their graves. "I miss you guys, I really do. You wouldn't believe how many times I wish I had you guys at my back. But you've long been gone and I've got a new team. Everything is different now. I was on my way to a dinner with the clans, all of them, but I knew I had to stop by to see you guys again." He poured himself a cup of sake from the bottle in his hand. He raised it in salute. "Here's to you. I hope to see you all soon." He drank the cup in one shot before he turned to leave. As he left the cemetery, he paused. It felt like there were eyes watching his back. He had that feeling before, back with the Arachne Queen. He wanted to turn around, to see if they were there. But he didn't. He knew that if he did, all he would see would be the graves. He kept on walking, to the dinner with the descendants of his friends. Tomorrow morning, he would leave Konoha. Perhaps that was a good thing. Codex entry: Humanity and the Systems Alliance moon landing. The landing of Earth's moon happened rather later for humanity. This was due to a conflict born of out of the Earth being completely mapped out. The Alliance splintered and war loomed overhead for well over a century. See, the Silent War. When peace was able to be made, the Alliance looked to the stars. King John of the Steel Empire laid a challenge at the Alliance, to put a man on the moon before the end of the next decade. It was a challenge happily accepted and spurred on by his death. See, assassination of King John XXXV. The project was initially mired by the question of using technology, or chakra, to reach the moon. Eventually, both were used in conjunction. The Alliance first sent unmanned crafts and manned crafts into orbit around the Earth to ensure that their technology was good. Many of the tests and construction happened in the damned land in the frontier, mostly around the city Houston. Despite some faults and crashes, they were able to reach the point where they could send a manned spacecraft to the moon and bring it back in the Shinobi mission. 3 astronauts were chosen to man the Shinobi 9 spacecraft: Nathan Andrews, Eric Johansson, and Shiro Uzumaki. Eric would pilot the command module of the spacecraft while Nathan and Shiro would pilot the lunar module, named Biju, to land on the moon. The day of liftoff was on October 10, 1981, at 10:27 a.m. That day the 3 astronauts were given the nickname the Space Cowboys, due to Nathan, who had accidentally left his radio on, yelling YEHAW, Cowba, during liftoff. It took 3 days for the spacecraft to reach the moon. Once it was in lunar orbit, Biju detached and landed in the Sea of Serenity. As the module landed, Nathan announced, "Houston, Serenity Base calling. The Biju has come home." While that event was famous, the next event was equally as famous. Shiro was the first person to walk on the moon. As he walked, he stopped and said to all those who are watching this, "I ask you stop and take a moment to think about what's just happened here and in the past few days. And I would also ask that you take a moment to pray for Naruto Uzumaki. Wherever he is, I hope he is watching us. And I hope that this is the first step in finding him again." According to Nathan, after saying those words, Shiro bowed to space and prayed. They spent almost a day on the moon before returning to the command module. They returned to Earth, splashing down outside Semper Vigilavi. It was the first of many missions to the moon, and then the planets beyond. It was also the first step to introducing the Alliance to the galactic stage.